Fenway Park will indeed see another game in this American League Championship Series. Can the Fenway faithful will their Sox to another win after last night's Boston Marathon? Down 3 games to none. Trailing by a run. 3 outs left. One more chance. Tie game. Red Sox fans praying for one more miracle. 3 innings later, in steps David Ortiz, where just over a week ago he delivered this. Close out the Red Sox, or will Pedro Martinez send the series back to the Bronx? Massachusetts. It's Game 5 of the American League Championship Series, with the New York Yankees leading the Boston Red Sox 3 games to 1. But the Sox are still alive in this best of 7 after a thrilling extra inning classic at Fenway last night. It actually ended in the wee hours this morning, so the Red Sox fans returning tonight are a little bleary-eyed, but happy their team is still kicking. Boston bouncing back from a Game 3 embarrassment to win in dramatic fashion last night. Welcome everybody to Fenway. I'm Dave O'Brien, my partner Rick Sutcliffe, and it wasn't just the fact that the Red Sox won game number 4 in the 5th hour last night. It was how they did it, sending this Fenway packed crowd into delirium. David Ortiz up there in extra innings, and he knocks it out of the ballpark for the walk-off homer.
Yeah, it was like Terry Francona told us before the game tonight. He said, yesterday we set out to win, and somehow we did. But I think Terry Francona was the biggest part of that victory. A couple of decisions that he did not make. One he did make, though, was in the 9th inning when he inserted pinch runner Dave Roberts after Kevin Millar had walked. He could have put on the sacrifice bunt with Bill Miller at home plate, but he did not. Roberts took off on the very first pitch, and he stole second base. Now he had another decision. He could put on the sacrifice bunt again, get Roberts to third base, but he did not do that. He let Miller swing the bat. That tied the ball game up and created an opportunity for the Red Sox to win off of Mariano Rivera. But in the 9th inning with the bases loaded, David Ortiz popped up. He was not the hero then, but he got a second chance. And the second time around, he became the hero, and he created a Game 5.
Well, an incredible moment here at Fenway Park. The Yankees had plenty of chances to sweep last night. That should not be forgotten. They stranded 14 men on base and left the bases loaded in the 11th inning. But Ortiz with the walk-off shot, and the Boston bullpen was superb. 6 2/3, allowing just 6 hits. Now tonight here at Fenway, we may be witnessing the end of the Pedro Martinez era, at least as regards his time in a Red Sox uniform. He's been here 7 brilliant seasons, son, but he's a free agent at the end of the season, whenever it does end for the Red Sox. It almost ended in Game 2 at Yankee Stadium. That might have been his last start, except for the dramatics last night amidst the chants of, "Who's your daddy?"
Well, we all say things that we'd like to take back from time to time, and I'm sure that Pedro Martinez would like to have taken that back, but he didn't get the opportunity. They have lost his last 4 starts to the New York Yankees, his daddy. In Game 2, though, Pedro Martinez really stepped up and showed signs of the dominant Pedro Martinez we've seen in the bat. As they say in baseball, he pitched well enough to win. But what happened once again, particularly against the New York Yankees. They worked the pitch count. They got it up to 100, and then he made a mistake. You can see the location. You can see where the baseball ended up. That was the end of the night for Pedro and the Boston Red Sox.
Well, you see there 113 pitches. This is a strong effort for Pedro in Game 2. 6 innings, allowing just 4 hits. The Red Sox, oddly enough, do not seem as concerned about the high pitch count when he gets beyond 100 as everybody else, but it has certainly been a major issue. He was very good in that start, but Sut, he was not perfect. The man he is facing tonight just about was in his Game 1 start, Mike Mussina, retiring 19 straight Red Sox to begin his game.
And isn't it funny how they always talk about Mike Mussina as the other ace? First of all, against Minnesota, he was facing Johan Santana. Then he faced Kurt Schilling. Tonight he's facing Pedro Martinez. But he was outstanding in his last start against the Boston Red Sox. He was getting ahead in the strike zone. They were trying to be patient. And then, as all of the great pitchers do, he went around the strike zone to take advantage of them being over-aggressive. He was tremendous. He left to a standing ovation, and he left the Boston Red Sox down by 8-3. Turning it over to the bullpen, it got a little exciting from that point on. But the excitement and the show was Mike Mussina.
The moose was loose on that night. 6 straight 1-2-3 innings at the start. He did not allow a hit until Mark Bellhorn's 1-out double in the 7th inning, and he threw just 95 pitches, not walking a soul. Well, it's another do-or-die night for the Red Sox at Fenway, taking on Mussina again. A victory moves the Red Sox closer to pulling off this miracle they're trying to bring to life. The Yankees, however, can end that dream behind Mussina with a Game 5 win and move on to next Saturday's World Series. Game 5 is next. Game 5 of the American League Championship Series here from Boston. It's actually a late afternoon, beautiful day in the city. This one getting underway under a fading October sun in New England. It'll be generally clear and cool as the Red Sox look to stay alive once again. They did last night in an incredible ball game, winning 6-4 on the walk-off home run in the 12th inning by the slugger David Ortiz. So the Red Sox are still breathing heading into Game 5. The starting lineup now for the New York Yankees, brought to you by MasterCard, will feature Derek Jeter at the top, Alex Rodriguez at third base with Gary Sheffield behind him, Hideki Matsui, the number 4 hitter, but back to A-Rod, who has hit 2 absolute bombs in this series.
When you put on those pinstripes, there are a lot of expectations for you, and Alex Rodriguez probably had the highest expectation of any free agent that they've ever signed, but he has, as of late, lived up to those and more.
Bernie Williams, the center fielder. Posada has caught every inning in the series. He's back behind there for this one. Sierra, the DH, Tony Clark at first, and Cairo is the second baseman batting ninth against Pedro Martinez. This could be the last time Pedro ever pitches in a Red Sox uniform.
He has just been absolutely dominating for 7 years as a Boston Red Sox. Blazing fastballs, devastating changeups, pitching inside, and at times way inside, which is what we expect tonight.
Yeah, way inside, and he becomes a free agent when the season ends. His glorious 7-year run here in Boston may see the finish line tonight. And how will he go out if that's the case? Jeter is ready. 3 for 15 in the series. A-Rod and Sheffield after him. The first pitch is in there for a strike, and we are underway in Game 5.
You had to figure that was going to happen because Pedro got himself in trouble in his last start against the Yankees when he walked Derek Jeter. It eventually led to the first run and the lead that the Yankees had in Game 2.
Another strike. Jeter behind quickly, 0-2. This is a case of ready or not, here it comes. Because yesterday's game ended at 1:22 a.m. this morning. You'd better be awake. And the Red Sox and the Yankees better be. The fans here in Boston certainly are. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Good morning, good afternoon, good night to Derek Jeter. He saw 3 pitches.
Trying to be patient. You know that they'd love to work the pitch count. They'd love to average about 18 to 22 pitches an inning from Pedro. Pedro as well knows that. And I think along with all of the talent that he possesses, people forget just how intelligent he is as well.
So Pedro blows away the first Yankee. And now A-Rod taking up an end. Jeter, the strikeout victim, to get it underway. A-Rod built another towering home run last night. a 2-run blast on the Lansdowne Street on the other side of the Green Monster.
Pedro's told me many times how when that first hitter steps into the box, his goal is to, as he goes back to the dugout, when all of the other hitters ask the leadoff guy, what does he have? Pedro says, I want them to be told that you better get it ready. He's got the good fastball going. He proved that to Derek Jeter. Now he's having trouble finding the strike zone with Alex Rodriguez.
The 3-0 pitch, and A-Rod taking all the way. 1 out, bases empty. A-Rod 7 for 19 in the series. He's driven in 5 runs. He's also scored a lot. He has scored 8 times. And again, the Yankees have scored a lot of runs. That's ball 4. So A-Rod is on, and backing up Pedro Martinez here in game number 5. Here are the Sox defensively.
Jason Varitek, catcher, United States of America.
Kevin Millar, first base, USA.
Mark Bellhorn, second base, United States.
Bill Miller, third base, United States of America.
Orlando Cabrera, shortstop, Colombia.
Manny Ramirez, left field, and I'm from Dominican Republic.
Johnny Damon, center field, USA.
Trot Nixon, right field, USA.
Shadows and sunshine should not be a problem in this one. Despite the 5 o'clock local time start, as Sheffield takes the strike in the inside corner. The sunshine has now moved up into the bleachers and off the diamond. Well, the Red Sox finally locked up Gary Sheffield's quick bat last night. He was 0 for 5. They shut him down for a change. Fouled back by Gary. 0-2.
Well, he's not only been a #1 guy, but he's been the #1 guy in baseball many, many times. He needs to turn back the clock. Look at the Pedro Martinez in the year 2000 as opposed to the one this year. He needs to be that guy 4 years ago for these Boston Red Sox to get beyond the New York Yankees.
This season, Martinez posted the highest ERA of his career, 3.90. Far more hittable this year than in past seasons. Good sharp breaking ball, got him looking. Gary Sheffield walks away, a strikeout.
I mean, Dave, you even go back to his very first year at the minor league level for Pedro Martinez, and he did not have an ERA as high as the one he had this year. He seems to be ready for the task. And what I love about what Pedro Martinez did in last night's ball game was the fact that he went to Terry Francona before the game, and he says, you know what, if you need me out of the bullpen tonight, I'm available. That's what the team concept is all about.
Boy, how about that? Pedro has had some incredible performances out of the bullpen in playoffs in past years. Remember that game against Cleveland in 1999. Hideki Matsui now. Swinging a high fly ball into right field. Damon moving back. This one still carrying near the wall. He's got it. Oh, that had all sorts of carry on it. That had a second life. That's the way it's going for Matsui these days. A big, broad smile on the face of Damon when he hauled it in. And Pedro negotiates the first inning without any trouble. Weather conditions could be a bit of a factor because it is gusting 13 miles an hour out toward right field. 56 degrees right now under partly cloudy skies at Fenway. Now the starting lineup for the Red Sox. It's brought to you by MasterCard. Johnny Damon trying to do something here for Boston. He's in center field. Cabrera at short, then Ramirez, Ortiz, and Varitek, followed by Trot Nixon, Kevin Millar out of the 7-hole, Bill Miller, and Mark Bellhorn back in there despite a series-long slump, really. He's just been awful. 1 for 14 with 8 strikeouts. But Damon has his own concerns. He is just 1 for 18 in the first 4 games.
And the embarrassment all started with Mike Mussina on the mound in game 1. He couldn't even put it in play, and you can see how he has carried that frustration right on into this postseason. It's Mussina that he needs to get even with.
And it really doesn't figure that would happen. Not on paper. He's just 18 out of 85 lifetime against the Moose. Just a little inside to count 2-1. Now Behind the plate tonight is Jeff Kellogg. When you look at an umpire, sometimes you can tell whom he's going to favor given the styles of the two pitchers. In tonight's case, Mike Mussina and Pedro Martinez. Lashed foul by Damon. So who gets the advantage tonight, son?
I don't think there's any question about it that Jeff Kellogg is a pitcher's umpire. He is wide. He will expand the corners from side to side. He will especially go up into the strike zone, and he loves to call that fastball in for strike 3 as well. Pedro Martinez loves to throw that.
And Pedro Martinez struck out 2 in the first inning. 2-2 pitch hit right at Cairo's feet. The second baseman throws on Johnny Damon. The rest of the umpire crew has Joe West at first base, Randy Marsh at second, Jeff Nelson makes the calls at third, John Hirschbeck in left, and Jim Joyce down the right field line.
What I love about that is that if this game goes to a game 6 and a game 7, there is a lot of experience. In fact, collectively, with Joe West and Randy Marsh, 50 years of umpiring at the big league level.
In regular season games, 4 umpires are used. In the playoffs, they go to a 6-man rotation so as not to miss any calls, controversial plays, home runs, and that sort of thing. Cabrera takes a strike. He was 1 for 6 last night in a game that took 5 hours to play. And that was right on the heels of a 9-inning game that went 4 hours and 20 minutes. So we've seen about 9.5 hours of baseball the last 2 nights at Fenway Park. Last night, Ortiz ending it in that 5th hour with the dramatic home run, a bullet over Gary Sheffield's head.
I was asking Jorge Posada before the game, I said, how did you do it? I mean, I had trouble just sitting on a chair talking.
Posada has caught every single inning so far this playoffs.
When you just look at the pounding that his knees took, I mean, just overall how fatigued he had to be when that game was over, along with Jason Varitek, and yet both of them in the starting lineups again tonight. Jorge Posada, I thought, said it best. He goes, it is what I do.
Base hit into left field off the bat of Orlando Cabrera. Matsui will field, but it's a single for the shortstop. You just saw Matsui make that stop in left. Now a look at the rest of the Yankees on defense.
Jorge Posada, catcher, Puerto Rico.
Tony Clark, first base, United States.
Miguel Cairo, second base, Venezuela.
Alex Rodriguez, third base, USA.
Derek Jeter, shortstop, USA.
Hideki Matsui, outfielder, Japan. Bernie Williams, center field, Puerto Rico.
Gary Sheffield, right field, USA.
The Yankees have really owned the first inning throughout this series. Well, Pedro just got them as Lowe got them in order last night in the first inning. And now Manny Ramirez stands in and looks at a strike.
Well, right along with the Boston Red Sox starting rotation not being able to stop the New York Yankees in that first inning, offensively, the Boston Red Sox haven't been able to get anything going.
Well, they already have one more hit than they got in 6 innings off Mussina in game number 1. Cabrera aboard at first with 1 away. Manny again not swinging, and he takes a strike. He was 2 for 3 last night with a pair of seemingly innocent singles, but if you look closer, Manny actually had a remarkable night. His first 3 times up, he never once swung the bat. Struck out looking and he walked twice. His first swing wasn't until about 3.5 hours into game 4, which was a single off of Rivera in the 8th inning. And again, very patient here in this one as he's fallen behind 0-2. The hero is on deck, the hero of game 4. It was Manny Ramirez who singled in the 12th inning in front of Ortiz right before the game-winning homer. Outside.
Just for that reason alone, the one thing I hope Manny Ramirez does not do is ground into a double play here. I want to hear the ovation that David Ortiz earned last night with that home run.
You and me both. Mussina really deliberate here on Ramirez. Tried the inside corner. Not there. 2-2. You see how effectively Mussina can move the ball around where he wants it. Outside, inside, back outside. He can throw it into a teacup.
And he can do it with 5 different pitches. Jorge Posada saying he's one of the more difficult guy to call pitches for a reason. From time to time it will take more time for Mussina on the mound to get the right sign down.
Base hit center field. Cabrera on the move. Rounding second, heading to third. He's there. And the Red Sox making some noise. The fans about to make some noise for Ortiz. The big guy ended last night's 5-hour marathon at 1:22 this morning with the game-winning 2-run homer to make it 6-4 Boston and keep the Red Sox alive in the series.
It's come a long ways for a guy that just a couple of years ago was released by the Minnesota Twins.
Well, now he has become the Red Sox go-to guy. A slew of huge hits. You made a great observation, I thought, in that 12th inning, Sud, when he came up to bat. You said just as he was moving to home plate, he is running up there to hit.
I could see it kind of out of the corner of my eye as I watched the base runner take off for the base hit. He was already moving in. It was almost like, all right, you know, I had a chance to end it in the 9th inning. I'm going to get it done this time.
Line shot and a base hit in front of Sheffield. That's going to bring in Cabrera. Ortiz delivers again. His second big hit in 2 different games on the same day.
You know, simple little things have been hurting the Boston Red Sox and helping the New York Yankees. But all of a sudden now, the Boston Red Sox are starting to run the bases properly. You take a look at right here with Cabrera on the bottom of your screen. Look at what happens. In case that ball was caught, he went back to the bag to tag up to make sure they got the 1 run. He was aggressive on the base hit by Manny Ramirez, going from first to third. So using your aggressiveness, Dave, but using it intelligently.
Now the Red Sox have lost base runners by making some dumb plays in the series.
Oh yeah, Manny Ramirez in game 3 right here. He got on base, a base hit by Ortiz, and with 2 outs he got thrown out at third base. I think that sleeping giant, though, may have just got his wake-up call.
Varitek now. Jason Varitek hit .296 during the season with 18 homers. And a rough night last night. He was 0 for 5. He struck out 3 times. But he's actually had a pretty good series. First and second for Millar here, and the pitch is in there for a strike.
Mussina's been real frustrated with the small strike zone of Jeff Kellogg. The one Pedro Martinez had in the top of the first was much bigger than the one that Moose has had to deal with. Moose has given him an awkward look a couple of times. El Stottlemyre, Joe Torre, as of yet to say anything.
The Red Sox have scored first for the first time in the series to lead 1-0. Down low on Millar.
Once again, Ron Jackson, the outstanding hitting coach for Boston, putting together a good plan. The one thing he noticed, and you've seen his last start, almost every fastball he threw was a 2-seam fastball. It had that sinking action. You've seen Millar lay off of 2 pitches that, had he taken a swing at, would have probably hit on the ground.
First innings have been trouble for Mike Mussina. Breaking ball for a strike and a sharp one there at the knees. Millar's biggest contribution so far in the series was his leadoff 9th inning walk against Rivera last night, with Boston trailing 4-3. Dave Roberts then ran for him, stealing second. He would score the tying run moments later on Bill Miller's single up the middle. Three balls, two strikes. Trot Nixon on deck for Boston. He sees Mussina pretty well. And a spot where the Moose wants to deliver a quality strike. Runners at first and second and a run in. He walked it. Another big free pass accepted by Millar, and they're all loaded up.
Not bad numbers for Trot Nixon against Mike Mussina. 242, a couple of home runs. In game one against Mussina, Trot Nixon was 1 for 3, and here has to be the opportunity that every hitter dreams of. The bases loaded in less than 2 outs.
Mel Stottlemyre in game one, for the first 6 innings plus, never moved inside the Yankee dugout. Not the way Mussina was mowing down the Red Sox. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Never had to budge. But here in the first inning of game 5, he has to visit the hill to talk with his starter. He has just loaded the bases on 3 consecutive singles, all with 1 out, and now the walk to Millar.
That's an old veteran pitching coach move there. Take enough time to where you bring that home plate umpire out, and then as you start to walk off, you get your 2 cents into him, as if to say, hey, you're squeezing my boy a little bit. Let's open that thing up. Joe Torre shaking his head, because I imagine when Mel got back, Mel told Joe Torre, he said, no, I'm not, he's missing.
Nixon, high chop. Clark coming home, fires to the plate, got the out on the force as Ramirez is retired. But the bases reloaded for Boston with 2 down.
Well, right when you had to, if you're a Boston Red Sox fan, enjoy the patience on the part of the Boston hitters. They had worked the count already, well over 20 pitches for Mike Mussina. I mean, there's the pitch down in the zone. He got the ground ball that he wanted. A couple of options there for Tony Clark. He could have gone to second, back, maybe for the double play. He made the decision to make sure of getting the one at home plate. I'm not saying he made the wrong decision, but if you've got a Doug Minkiewicz or you've got a JT Snow at first, they'd probably try to turn 2 there.
Varitek with the bases all loaded up, 2 down. Outside, blocked in front of the plate by Posada. If you're the Red Sox, Rick, you can't settle for 1 run. That's just not enough in a situation like this.
And every now and then when things are not going well for you, you got to turn it around. Look at Jason Varitek, which side of the plate? It's a switch hitter. I mean, after a frustrating night last night from the left side, he struck out his first 3 times against El Duque. He's hitting right-handed against a right-handed pitcher.
Fouled away again. Bill Miller, the next man up for Boston, should the inning still be alive.
In game 1, Varitek was 0 for 2 with a strikeout against Mussina. His career average against Mike Mussina, 0.82. Look at the difference in first innings for the Moose.
A little bit high, 2 balls, 1 strike.
I talked to Jason Varitek at length about Pedro Martinez before the game tonight. I forgot to ask him about himself, if he had anything planned for Mike Mussina.
Well, we may be about to find out what he has planned for Mike Mussina. He takes a ball, and it's 3-1. Torre pretty animated. That's awfully very animated for Joe Torre, barking at Kellogg.
Here we go. I told you that Stottlemyre had a conversation with him. It didn't work. Now the skipper takes over.
Right down the chute, 3-2. The runners will be on the move with a full count and 2 down. Boston up 1-0 in the first inning of Game 5. And the Yankee hierarchy not happy with the home plate umpire. He walked it, and another run is in. Ortiz will score. Varitek taking a bases-loaded walk. 2-0 Boston.
Well, that was clearly a ball, no question about that. Jason Varitek having a real good look at Mike Mussina, as opposed to last night when he was chasing a lot of things that were clearly out of the zone.
Well, the Red Sox desperate to send the series back to the Bronx, and what would be a Game 6 tomorrow night. Bill Miller now, and it's outside on him. Loaded again for Boston. Mussina struggling to escape the first inning.
Yeah, and I don't care how good you are. When you've thrown 30 pitches in one inning, you start to lose something. Here's the reason that Mike Mussina's thrown so many pitches. Watch what happens here as Stottlemyre goes off. Look at him. He's saying something there. He's saying something there. He did not like the response that he got when he got back to the dugout. He passed that along to Joe Torre. Joe Torre shook his head as if to be disagreeing.
Miller could not hold up on the swing, and he falls behind 1-2.
Mussina's so intelligent. We're talking about a guy that graduated from Stanford University in less than the 4 years normally taken. He knows right now he has been fatigued. Instead of trying to throw fastballs by people, he has gone to the off-speed pitch to get ahead in this count.
He is working on plenty of rest. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Sliced foul into the Yankee dugout. And the crowd loved that. That almost got Stottlemyre. Mel looks like an old cowboy, though, doesn't he? Take another shot at me, he says.
He's one of the best. Has been for a while. But one thing that's going through his mind right now, though, if Mike Mussina allows a base hit here and a couple of runs score, there's not a whole lot of options down there in that Yankee bullpen, nor Red Sox bullpen, for that matter.
Mussina really needs a strikeout here. And he got it. He fans Bill Miller to retire the side. But the Red Sox do get the Moose for 2 and have a first inning lead for the first time in the series. Boston 2, the Yankees nothing.
As Mike Mussina walked off the mound, he made a gesture to home plate umpire Jeff Kellogg. Joe Torre said his piece. Mike Mussina getting out of the jam, throwing more pitches than he thought he had to make. And look at him right now. Come on now. Come on now. Open that strike zone up. What's going on? Mel Stottlemyre wants to know. And Joe Torre just simply looked at him and said, you know, that's wrong. That's wrong. Look at him shaking his head there. Pedro Martinez, I mean, you want to be a home plate umpire, huh? He brings Jeff Kellogg out there to look at the mound. He thinks that Mike Mussina has torn it up to where it'd be difficult for him to locate anything. They talked about it.
Swinging a drive right field. This is deep. Racing back Nixon, turning. She is gone. Home run, Bernie Williams. Just like that, Pedro gives one of the runs back. Whether it has anything to do with the mound or not, we may find out, but Williams tags him for a solo shot to begin the second inning, and the Yankees are on the scoreboard.
Pedro had dominated Bernie Williams in Game 2 in his start, 0 for 3 with a strikeout. Bernie Williams says, I'm not going to let that happen. I get a good pitch to hit. Forget about working the count and being patient. We got to put some runs on the board. He just did.
Well, it took the Red Sox 34 pitches to score 2 runs. The Yankees 1 pitch and they get 1. This has become a theme in the series. Every time a Yankee hits a home run, the baseball comes back on the field, even if it's on the other side of the green monster on Lansdowne. So the 21st career postseason homer for Bernie Williams. Bernie's actually had a very nice series. He's driven in 8 runs quietly in 5 games. Well, he doesn't do anything loudly except for the home run swing. Here's Posada. Ground ball pulled to the right side, stopped by Bellhorn. 1 down in the Yankees' second.
Bernie Williams just continues to put up postseason records. He has now passed Pete Rose in career League Championship Series career hits. He's passed Dave Justice in RBIs. He's recently passed George Brett in total bases in the ALCS.
In steps Ruben Sierra, the designated hitter. And after him, it'll be Tony Clark for the Yankees. Slap over the leaping Miller and a base hit. Boy, did that get to Manny Ramirez in a hurry. Miller pulled over there toward the shortstop hole. Cabrera is way over near second. So really, they had him situated perfectly.
Ball was just hit so hard. Just don't think he was able to get up high enough, quick enough.
I mean, that rocket got to the feet of Manny Ramirez on 1 bounce. So Sierra is on, and Clark is the hitter. Clark 2 for 6 with an RBI single last night, filling in for John Olerud. You're telling me that John Olerud yesterday, after injuring that instep, he was actually on crutches.
Yeah, we didn't get a chance to see him in the clubhouse. We knew that he was in the trainer's room, but that's how he got to the ballpark and how he left.
Not a good sign for the Yankees. Waved right through by Clark.
No, but no crutches today for Olerud, but we still don't see him in the lineup. You know that if he would have been good to go, he would have played after the 2-run homer off Pedro in Game 2. So Joe Torre once again short-handed, not only in the bullpen but on the bench.
Martinez from the stretch gets a fly ball to left shallow. Ramirez all sorts of time to converge on it for the second out. The number 9 hitter to step in next, that's Miguel Cairo.
We talked about the instincts of Orlando Cabrera, young shortstop, but a guy that has been around baseball for a long time. You got a difficult sky right now. There are outfielders that could lose fly balls out there, but you could see him right off the bat pointing to the spot Manny Ramirez needed to be in case Manny did not see the ball come off the bat.
Cairo 3 out of 14 in the series thus far. Takes strike 1. And against Pedro Martinez, these are similar numbers around baseball, particularly in the American League. He's just 6 for 26.
You know what, though, the thing about it is I look down the career numbers for the Yankee lineup against Pedro. There are a lot of these guys that have hit home runs.
Nice scoop by Varitek. And a guy on tired legs able to spring out and snatch this one.
Not as big a play, a lot like the one that Posada made, though, in the bottom of the first inning, which kept a run from scoring. That just simply kept the tying run from getting into scoring position.
Now, Varitek did get a couple of innings off in the 19-8 slugfest the other night. Came out of the game in the 7th inning. So Posada, who has caught the entire series, has actually had more time, technically speaking, out of the lineup. But Varitek has had to call for a lot more pitches, and he's actually spent much more time squatting behind that plate than Posada, because the Red Sox pitching staff has been banged around. Little check swing, excuse me, roller to first base. Millar takes care of that and takes care of the Yankees. But Bernie Williams goes yard against Pedro Martinez. Bernie with another postseason home run. A rocket to right field. The Yankees on the board. It is 2-1 Boston. Boston coming to bat here in inning number 2, the home half at Fenway Park. Game 5 of the American League Championship Series. The Yankees can still win it tonight. They can win the pennant for the 40th time in their heralded history. But the Red Sox are trying to force it back to the Bronx in Game 6. Hosting a couple of Pedro K's here at Fenway Park. And because they're up on the wall near where the batter needs a clear line of sight, Posada is going to ask the home plate umpire, Jeff Kellogg, to get those removed.
Yeah, this is going to take a little while here.
Yep, they're gone just like that.
You know, it's been a difficult night for those fans out there in that section, because when the game started, they were not allowed to go to their seats. During day games, as you know, Dave, they do not sell those seats right above Bernie Williams, because the hitters cannot see the baseball coming out of that section.
But the fans have moved down there anyway.
Well, you know, you think about it, those tickets were sold for Friday night's game. That's what it looks like before the game. That's what it will look like during day games. But this was supposed to be an 8 o'clock game played on Friday night. They had sold those tickets. There were people that were planning on coming and watching the game, but they had to wait until the bottom of the second to come get seated.
That was about 10 minutes before 5 o'clock earlier today when the sun was still shining.
I got a seat, but I can't use it. Well, they got it now.
1 ball and 1 strike on Mark Bellhorn. Some controversy about why Bellhorn is even in the lineup, given the series he's had. He's 1 for 14 with 8 strikeouts. The Red Sox fans were chanting for Pokey Reese last night. He eventually got into the ball game. Many believe that Terry Francona would start Reese here for Game 5, given the struggles of Bellhorn. But he's gone with Bellhorn again. And he lines that one. Oh, a snag by Cairo. Fine play. He stole a hit on one of the few good swings that Bellhorn has had the entire series.
Sometimes a game of baseball is just not fair. That ball was blistered. But again, defensively, the New York Yankees in exactly the right spot. That was the first question that we had for Terry Francona before the game was, are you like a distant relative of Bellhorn? I mean, what's he still doing in that lineup? I mean, if nothing else, what I thought was you're going to get better defense with Pokey Reese at second than Bellhorn. But you know what? You tip your hat to Terry Francona. He had a heck of a year for him. And he says, I'm loyal to my guy. Pokey Reese is a utility player.
Well, that's part of the reason why, as Damon waves right through that pitch. The other part of it might be that Reese, when the Red Sox wanted to send him down to the minor leagues earlier this summer, had a falling out with the Red Sox brass. They disagreed over what should happen. And I think he went into the doghouse and he's never gotten out of it.
You're exactly right.
So even in a game last night, as emotionally hyped as it was with the fans chanting for Pokey Reese, Francona does not bring him back for a Game 5 start. Damon trying to get out of a 1 for 19 series funk. Waves at a pitch in the dirt and he strikes out. Posada will throw on to first to complete the strikeout. Boy, what a poor series for Johnny Damon. 1 for 20.
Trying to get 4 hits and 1 at bat. You got to take this pitch. I mean, his job is to get on base. It doesn't matter how. You put your knee in front of that. Let it hit you. Walk. Do something. I mean, they know that. They know that he's frustrated, and he just continues to swing at bad pitches.
Orlando Cabrera got the Red Sox started offensively with a single in the first inning. Came around to score. Boston took a 2-0 lead. The Yankees got 1 back in the Bernie Williams homer in the second inning. Fly ball headed for the alley. On the move. Bernie Williams coming. He makes the catch. A basket catch out in front of him. Fine plays. Made several of them in the series. So a fast inning for Mussina. And due up for the Yankees. The top of the order. Jeter, Alex Rodriguez, and Gary Sheffield going to the third. Fenway Park in Boston for Game 5 of the American League Championship Series. Rick Sutcliffe, Dave O'Brien with you. And up over the Green Monster, the fans looking on, looking out from every corner of this ancient ballpark, which was built in 1912. Derek Jeter takes a pitch outside. He's 0 for 1 with a strikeout. And the sun is finally set here in the city of Boston, Massachusetts. It is 2-1 the Red Sox here in the third inning. Top of the order for New York. Jeter, 3 out of 16 in the series, although he has been on base 9 times.
Pedro's so good at adjusting before a team can readjust to him. Jeter striking out on fastballs in the first at bat, looking fastball right off the bat here. Got a curveball and now a straight change, well out in front of that.
The 1-1 is up and in around the hands. That's Pedro Martinez.
Pitches inside and then at times way inside with movement. I mean, that's one of the things that has frustrated people over the years with Pedro. Not only does he come in, but he'll chase you as a right-handed hitter. I mean, he'll just let that thing go, and that movement just keeps coming in at you.
You don't have to tell Jeter. He broke Jeter's hand once with one of those. Line down into the corner. That's a foul ball. And as you see, one of those extra umpires, Jim Joyce, one of the 6 umpires used in postseason play, right on top of it.
Kind of funny, but Derek Jeter telling me a couple years ago nobody threw at him more in his mind than Roger Clemens. And then Roger Clemens becomes Derek Jeter's teammate and all's forgiven. That same thing could happen with the man on the mound.
Two. Got him again. He strikes out Jeter looking, but Jeter pauses. A word for Jeff Kellogg. He's not the first Yankee who has spoken to the umpire tonight in less than friendly terms.
They're trying to work him a little bit now. Pedro comes right back with that changeup on the outside corner. We mentioned it's going to be wide. It will be a pitcher's plate tonight. You're going to see a lot of called pitches that you might not see with somebody else back there. The only thing Joe Torre's complaining about is that, hey, give him to my guy too.
I thought that was a terrific pitch. That came back to the corner.
I agree with you, but I agree with Joe Torre. And then Mike Mussina in that first inning got roughed up a little.
So 3 strikeouts for Martinez, facing Alex Rodriguez now. He backs away from a pitch that was really nowhere near him. So Pedro is putting it into the heads of the Yankees. Jeter striking out for the second time. He didn't strike out at all in the first 4 games.
See what happens though when you come up and in on somebody and you have a track record of doing that? You can get away with 2-0 fastballs on the outer half where the other guys can't.
Three and 1. Rodriguez walked in the first inning, and then Sheffield came up and struck out looking. Thus far, the big guns for the Yankees, other than Bernie Williams, have been held off the bases. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Pedro really feeds off the energy that this crowd gives him.
A-Rod chatting in a friendly way with Jeff Kellogg there. I wonder if he's having a little trouble picking it up.
You know, when I see Pedro change baseball, and I know firsthand, a lot of times you do that because you don't like the seams. You don't like the feel of the seams on the baseball. And when you want the seams, you're normally going to something off speed. With a fastball, it really doesn't matter what happens with the seams.
Fly ball on the line. Nixon giving chase near the stands. Lunges and he makes the play in fair territory. A-Rod only now realizing he's out on a marvelous catch by Trot Nixon. Man, can he play the corner in Fenway.
I don't know if I've ever seen anybody play it better. I know they talk about Dwight Evans and how he could throw out there. Nixon might not have the arm strength, but he has every bit, if not more, of the desire. Look at the dirty hat already. Now you've got a dirty uniform. You've got a scratched up left arm to match that. But what also you have is 2 outs and nobody on. And nobody appreciates that more than the man on the mound.
So 2 out, no pitch. As Sheffield asked for time. The reaction by A-Rod. Sheffield caught looking on a 3rd strike, his first time up. It's fascinating to watch Fenway Park. It's so cozy, but the fans along the right field line, left field lines are right on top of the warning tracks. The fans in right couldn't even see the catch made because when Nixon was diving and making a play, he disappeared from view. It was right underneath them. They never saw the catch, and it wasn't until they saw the replay on the big scoreboard and saw A-Rod turning for the dugout that they realized Nixon had made a wonderful play. And they stood and gave him a long ovation.
There's just a coziness, though, to this place that, you know, these bigger super stadiums don't have. It's an opportunity to come out and spend 3 or 4 hours with 35,000 of your best friends.
And you know about half of them by name. 3-0 on Sheffield, however. Pedro's walked 1 man tonight. Sheffield was hitting .692 in the first 3 games of the series before an 0 for 5 last night. He takes the automatic 3-1.
Yeah, but normally 3-0, 2 outs, nobody on is an automatic fastball. That is a lot of respect for Pedro Martinez with that 3-0 curveball.
Missed with it. So he walks Sheffield with 2 down. Now he has to face Hideki Matsui. Now he got him with a fly out to center in the first inning. But this has been a monster series for Godzilla. His nickname in Japan. Coming into tonight, he was 11 for 20, hitting .550, and would have been, I think, a unanimous choice for the series MVP had the Yankees clinched the pennant last night. He has 8 extra base hits. That's more than the Red Sox 3, 4, and 5 hitters in the series combined. His fly out in the first inning almost carried all the way into the bullpen. That's how good he's going.
Coming into this game tonight, only 3 players have hit safely in each of the postseason games that they have played in. David Ortiz, Manny Ramirez, they already have hits tonight. The other is Hideki Matsui.
Didn't get it, and it's 1-1.
I mean, you hope at the big league level just to have one dominant pitch, a fastball. Some people have 2 where they can add a good breaking ball to it. This man here has 3. You just saw the changeup. I mean, some people use a changeup just to mix it in. He can dominate with that pitch.
Matsui in the series has laced 5 doubles. He has crushed 2 homers. He's added a triple, and he's driven in 10 runs while scoring 8 runs. Just a marvelous series. Sheffield on with 2 down. Fenway beating with 1 heartbeat. Outside, and a 3-2 pitch forthcoming.
That almost looked like a left-handed curveball, didn't it? That is the changeup of Pedro Martinez. No one creates more rotation than he does with that pitch from the right side.
Gary Sheffield will be on the move here on the pitch.
Here it comes again.
Little looper, right center field. Sheffield was taking off. He's rounding into third. And he'll apply the brakes right there on another hit by Matsui. Off the end of the bat, a floater to the outfield for a single. And they're on at first and third for the Yankees.
He too now has hit safely in each postseason game that he has been in. A changeup, outer half of the plate, up just a little bit. You could see how he was fooled, but you can also see how strong he is. That ball's hit off the end of the bat. That is a broken bat, and yet look at this. It fills the gap. You have to converge on it with Damon and Trot Nixon. He comes up with it. Sheffield thinking about scoring here. Watch how hard he runs. He turns the corner. Now he looks at Luis Sojo. Here comes the ball. There are the brakes applied, but here comes Bernie Williams,
who homered in the second inning. Pedro has pretty well owned Bernie Williams, although he has hit 4 home runs against the righty. And he went for another one there. He got one in the second.
Just a little get over fastball, and more times than not, when you see a home run, you're going to see a catcher reach back to the heart of the plate. Varitek did that. The baseball never got to him. New York got on the board.
Even with that homer, Williams just 17 hits and 85 at bats against Pedro. They know each other very, very well.
Yeah, that's less than 200 with a long track record. But now, combined along with the postseason, Bernie has taken Pedro Martinez out of the ballpark 4 times.
Sheffield and Matsui aboard. 1-1. Martinez 1-2 with a 3.95 ERA in 4 postseason games against the Yankees. He's 4-0 with a 2.84 ERA in 6 starts against all other teams in the playoffs. Good pitch for a strike.
What a good player Bernie Williams has been for the New York Yankees. Backdoor breaking ball. Is that a high and wide strike zone? Pedro Martinez knew it when the game started. Bernie Williams knows it now.
Torrey doing a slow burn. Swing and a miss. He blew him away. It took him 26 pitches, but it's a scoreless third. And he fans another one, getting the man who had homered against him an inning earlier. The Red Sox still lead it here in Game 5, a must-have, 2-1. To keep up with all the latest postseason news and stats at MLB.com. Watch live game video at MLB TV. Shop for authentic playoff and team gear at the MLB.com shop. You can be sure to check out MLB.com, where baseball is always on. Bottom of the 3rd inning, the Red Sox leading the Yankees 2-1 to score. Ripped for a single by Manny Ramirez. It seems the only time lately in the series Manny swings the bat. He is drilling singles through the hole, and he's 2 for 2 tonight.
He had a big year offensively against these New York Yankees. 16 RBIs in the 19 games and 7 home runs to go along with that. This is the situation that David Ortiz says makes him a productive hitter. And that's when you get the opposing pitcher throwing out of the stretch. Manny Ramirez just did that.
I should say Ortiz has been productive. An RBI single in the 1st inning after the game-winning homer last night. Manny, by the way, has now reached base 6 consecutive times. Blocked by Posada, and it's ball 1. Ortiz, the great big slugger from Santo Domingo in the Dominican Republic. First, he hit the game-winning home run to beat the Angels in Game 3 of the American League Division Series, also in extra innings. The big guy has been the guy in the clutch all year long.
Yeah, I would say that would count as a go-ahead RBI last night, huh? Tonight's counted as one. And 33 times to lead the Boston Red Sox in that category, he put them into the lead with an RBI.
Ortiz, when he gets in that box, looks pretty darn foreboding. Leaning out over the plate like a hungry man. But he's actually one of the friendliest guys in baseball as he looks at a strike. The Twins used to rave about it when he was in their clubhouse. His former teammate Torrey Hunter said it really hurt when we found out that the Big O had been let go. He said, I know it's a business, but it's heartbreaking. We always wanted to get to the clubhouse as early as possible because he kept everybody loose and laughing. He's just a joy to be around. A 1-2. Massive cut and a miss. Ortiz went for the downs there, but came up empty. He strikes out, and there's one away.
Big command of that breaking ball. You know, we've talked about it. The great ones always have the ability to pitch around the strike zone when they get ahead in the count. You just anticipate that pitch being in the zone, and Mussina has the ability to make it look like a strike for such a long period of time, and then you just can't reach it.
Here's Kevin Millar, who really hurt the Yankees all season long and tears into that one foul. And the Red Sox need him to come to life again. He had one game this summer against the Yankees where 3 times he homered over the Green Monster, that in a single game. He's been fairly quiet though in the playoffs. He walked in the first inning. Manny Ramirez, the runner at first for Boston. Check swing on a high pitch.
He had a big double in that 7th inning of game 1 against Mike Mussina. The Red Sox offensively finally woke up. They scored 5 runs. They were still down 8-5 at that point, but it was a double off the bat of Millar, followed by a base hit from Trot Nixon. That was the end of the night.
But Millar had a cryptic comment before yesterday's game. It was aimed at the Yankees. It was aimed right at their foreheads. He said, you had better beat us tonight, meaning last night. You better not let this thing continue. Broken bat. Jeter bobbles it and has no play. He never did pick it up. An error by Jeter. A rare mistake from the Yankee captain. Runners safe at first and second.
Derek Jeter talked about too how big that game was last night. He did not want to give the Boston Red Sox any kind of momentum whatsoever. Well, he not only gave them that momentum last night, but this is a routine ground ball double play, inning over until the ball comes up on him. I mean, that is just as routine as it gets. He tried to make the double play before he secured the baseball. Here's a big opportunity for Trot Nixon.
And the crowd loves to get on Jeter here at Fenway Park, don't they? A carryover from the rivalry when Omar Garciaparra was here.
They don't get many opportunities to get on him, though.
They sure don't.
Never forget Jeter at the '99 All-Star game here at Fenway. He came to home plate. They started to boo him, and you know, he's just as creative as he can be in a moment like that. He started impersonating Nomar's at bat with all of the little gyrations that he has.
And he had it down, didn't he?
He was perfect. You know, he'd been working on that. They do it with each other when they're laughing before games. But Derek Jeter, you know, typical with the levity that he is all about. He said, I must not have done it right because I struck out.
Trot Nixon, 0 for 1. Only one away in the inning. The Red Sox up 2-1 in the third. 2 men on. Way out in front of that swing.
Great job of refocusing by Mike Mussina. When you make that pitch, as a pitcher, a lot of times you go, all right, the inning's over with. I mean, that's a ground ball double play. And then when it's not turned, you have to completely refocus. You have to go back and almost tell yourself, all right, I just walked the guy on 4 pitches. I am the reason we're in this situation. I have to get out of this because you know no one feels worse right now than Derek Jeter.
An 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. On the foul tip into Posada's mitt, Mussina collects his second strikeout of the inning.
And that is now 5 runners left on base by Trot Nixon. That's a good pitch to hit there, and he just simply swung right through it.
Nixon has made a tremendous catch down the right field line, but at the plate, as you say, he's not come through in 2 spots, which could have put a major hurt on Mussina.
Mussina must have been a math major. That last pitch, a 91-mile-an-hour fastball. The one before that, a 70-mile-an-hour changeup. He knows how to add and subtract.
Varitek took a ball 4 in the first inning with the bases loaded, so he collected an RBI there after going 0 for 5 last night.
Guys love to switch hit because for the most part they love the ball coming towards them. By going to the right side, Mike Mussina could go to those breaking balls that go away from Varitek. I think he could have a lot of success with that. That one there.
Varitek chopping that one off to the left, and it's 0-2.
Watch how completely fooled he is. Watch this swing. I mean, he was so far out in front of that.
Yeah, rolled right over it. Mussina certainly throwing a lot more pitches than he did in his last start, but on this one he strikes out Varitek. So he fans the last 2 Red Sox hitters he sees in the third and pitches around the Jeter error. That's a called third strike, and it's still 2-1 Boston. Game number 5 of the American League Championship Series. I'm Dave O'Brien, my partner Rick Sutcliffe. Great to have you along wherever you're watching from around the world. Nightfall in Boston, Massachusetts. And Posada to bat against Pedro Martinez as we are on to the 4th inning. The Yankees lead the series 3-1. That one grounded through the hole for a base hit. Posada's had a nice series. 7 out of 16 to this point, but the Yankees are not, Rick, in their comfort zone. They're trailing 2-1.
No, we have seen a lot of frustration on the part of a lot of the different Yankees. You can see there Mike Mussina talking with home plate umpire Jeff Kellogg. He not happy. Stottlemyre's not happy. Joe Torre very seldom says anything. Then you look at Derek Jeter saying, no way, that's not a strike. And then you see the same result from Bernie Williams. And for the most part, I agree with the New York Yankees. It has been a one-way strike zone thus far.
Martinez with 4 strikeouts. He allowed Ruben Sierra, the man hitting now, to single off in the 2nd inning. Last night's game ending in the wee hours this morning, actually, in the 12th inning with a home run by David Ortiz, adding another chapter into this classic rivalry. The Red Sox winning 6-4. Alive to play again today. This game beginning just after 5 o'clock Eastern time. The sun was still shining. There was a point last night, though, the game went so long, over 5 hours, they turned off the famous Citgo sign. 17 hours ago, we did not have that familiar skyline in left field. It just got too late. They had to shut it down. Well, it's lit up again tonight, at least for a while.
Might have been because that's about where the home run Alex Rodriguez hit landed. It might have knocked the lights out of that thing.
Short-circuited.
Well, Sierra's had some big homers and big hits for the Yankees. Joe Torre says it was really he that got this team turned around back in the month of May with some big hits, some game winners.
Foul back and a healthy rip by Sierra. A look at Pedro Martinez's pitch count to this point. 53. Rick, is that in line for this part of the game, the 4th inning?
This is a different type of game, though. Pedro Martinez needs to pitch at least into the 7th inning, and at that rate, it's going to be difficult for him to get there.
Last night, Francona used virtually every reliever he had in the Boston pen. And it worked. Sierra would not chase, and that time it is not called a strike. Nobody out. Posada leading at first for the Yankees. He checks his swing and it's low and away for ball 4. Third walk issued by Pedro. Join host Salinas Taribo as she hosts this fast-paced show with the biggest Latin-born players in the major leagues. Sabora Baseball, mixing in MLB highlights, player lifestyles, popular music from Sony, candid interviews with Latin players, and inside info from Jose Mota Jr. Sabora Baseball is caliente. Check your local listings for the times in your country.
And it looks like offensively the Yankees are caliente again. Tony Clark at home plate. No sacrifice bunts on the year, so you don't look for that. You don't get that. You let hitters hit and bunters bunt, right?
Do you have a Latin word that you like to say more often than caliente? Is often in the morning over coffee when you and I are enjoying espresso on the road, you'll just bark out caliente at anyone who walks by.
It does just kind of roll off your tongue, doesn't it?
Sometimes you really frighten me with that. The 0-1 pitch is outside on Tony Clark. Clark 0 for 1. He is flying to left.
I think Pedro's lost a little bit of that confidence he had to start the game with all of the strikeouts. He got Jeter. After Bernie Williams turned around that fastball, he has really started to pick on those outside corners and beyond.
2 on for New York. Clark is a really hard guy to walk. He only walked 26 times during the regular season, so you have to try to pass on him.
Chased a lot of high fastballs in the ball game last night. Pedro Martinez here paying attention.
Swing and a miss on the off-speed pitch. A great change of pace by the Red Sox ace. Hang another strikeout up there. Number 5 for Martinez.
And the worst part about it was Clark was not able to advance the runner at second base. You've got him there with nobody out. You hit a fly ball to right field. At least you get him to third. He would represent the tying run, only 90 feet away with 1 out, but no production.
Instead, a double play grounder will get Martinez out of the inning.
Avoid Pedro Martinez having to deal with the top of the order with the go-ahead runs on base.
Miguel Cairo, the number 9 hitter, he's 0 for 1. He's grounded out to first. Don Mattingly and Joe Torre, the hitting coach and the skipper. That's a strike. The magic number, by the way, for the Yankees is 7. Under Joe Torre, they are 22-0 when they score 7 or more runs in a playoff game. They've done it twice in this ALCS. A ball, a strike on Cairo. And the Yankees certainly had their chances to score a bunch of runs last night, stranding 14 men in the 5-hour 12-inning marathon, twice leaving the bases loaded, including in the 11th inning. They have 2 on here. Low, 2-1. Jeter really looking for another crack at Pedro, as is Alex Rodriguez, but Jeter especially. He struck out twice tonight.
And Pedro Martinez needs to forget about Jeter, though. This is a handful right now with the count favoring Miguel Cairo.
Downstairs again, 3-1.
Outstanding discipline on the last 2 pitches. Joe Torre with an option now. If he had any kind of speed at all on the base path, I think he might try to create something, maybe stay out of that double play. but you simply can't run Posada right now. He just, I mean, he was slow enough when this series started. You can imagine what those legs are feeling like tonight.
With all the hours he spent behind the plate in this ALCS, he hasn't gotten any faster. He's got to be pretty darn weary. But at this time of the year, you're going on adrenaline. 3-1 pitch now. The runners do go, and it's fouled back out of play. So Torrey rolling the dice a little bit here, but he'll do that.
Showing a tremendous amount of confidence in Cairo being able to put the ball in play and not taking a strike or swinging and missing. He wanted to stay out of the ground ball double play to make sure that Derek Jeter would get an opportunity with runners on base.
Now do you do it again here?
Do it 3-1.
Pedro waiting and waiting. The runners take off. High fly right field, and now Posada has to get back. He will. Dixon has it for the out. The throw coming all the way into third base. Cairo flies to right field. 2 gone. This has been the roughest game of the series by far so far for Derek Jeter. Not only the 2 strikeouts, he's also made an error.
Go back to the first inning, being patient, put him in the hole. He fell behind an account. He was way behind on that 0-2 pitch. He wasn't happy with this, but I agree with you. There was just a tremendous amount of late movement from that changeup of Pedro to come back to catch that corner and pick up that strikeout.
A hitter can give up on it and not catch that late movement. All of a sudden it's on the plate. No RBIs in the series for Jeter. He's 3 for 17. On one bounce right to Millar, the flip to Pedro, and that's it for the Yankees. An inning that started with Posada's single and Sierra's walk, but then the next 3 go down in order against the slender right-hander from the Dominican Republic. He leads 2-1. We could see the return of Curt Schilling should Boston hang on, and we return to the Bronx tomorrow. We'll be bringing you, if necessary, Game 6 of the American League Championship Series at 8 o'clock Eastern, midnight GMT, from Yankee Stadium. Live coverage of the League Championship. That's part of October. 8 teams, 1 champion, right here on Major League Baseball International.
And we were guaranteed by manager Terry Francona it would be Curt Schilling. We thought that if they won tonight and Pedro pitched well, that he might go with Wakefield and give Schilling 1 more day for that ankle to rest. But he said no way. Curt Schilling told him he wanted the ball tomorrow night. He would be ready. They've got to get there.
Wearing special shoes with a dislocated tendon in that right ankle. We'll see how that works if we get that far. But the Red Sox have to win tonight to get back to Yankee Stadium. The Yankees can win their 40th American League title and salt it away here on the diamond of their rival. Fly to center field, but here's Bernie Williams covering the round, and he retires Miller for the out. Now later tonight, it's National League Championship Series game number 5. The series between the St. Louis Cardinals and the Houston Astros tied up 2-2. That's at 8 o'clock Eastern, midnight GMT.
Brandon Backey on the mound for Houston. Woody Williams for the St. Louis Cardinals.
They squared off in game 1, and Woody Williams got the better of it. Backey, a native Texan, pitching for essentially his hometown club in the Astros. Mark Bellhorn now trying to get off the schneid. 1 for 15 in the series, 0 for 1 tonight. Bellhorn and the man on deck, Johnny Damon. Back-to-back in the lineup here, 9-1. Have gone just 2 for 35 in this series. And for the first few games of the series, they were batting 1 and 2.
Bellhorn's got him right where he wants him now, though. It was on an 0-2 pitch that Bellhorn broke up the perfect game for Mike Mussina. It was a fastball out over the plate.
Bellhorn does strike out a lot. That's over his shoes. 1 and 2.
As hard as it's been for Bellhorn and Damon to get on base, I might have thrown my knee in front of that soft curveball just to see what it's like to take a lead.
Little inside, 2-2. The interesting thing about Bellhorn is he will take ball 4. He walked 88 times during the regular season. So oftentimes you look at a guy with all those strikeouts, and he whiffed 177 times. That's a lot. A Red Sox record, in fact. But he'll also work his way on with a free pass. Caught out of the air by Cairo. Bellhorn's had a couple of decent swings tonight. He's really robbed of a hit in the second inning, but he's still hitless, 0 for 2.
Mike Mussina really seems to be settling in now after that base hit to Manny Ramirez. He struck out the side. In between that was the error by Derek Jeter, but he never lost his focus. And his focus now is to get into that dugout as quick as he can and hope that the heart of his order can give him the lead when he goes out to pitch in the bottom of the 5th.
Is Johnny Damon seriously overdue? 0 for 2 tonight. 1 for 20 in the series, and the Yankees have to be as surprised as anybody with Damon's poor series, because he was very tough on them during the regular season. He hit .272, 5 homers and 14 RBIs. He drew 9 walks in the 19 games, and that's a leadoff man's numbers, not a number 3 hitter.
No, the only thing I can think of, I'm not making excuses for him. Johnny Damon's not that kind of guy, but he hit .487 against Anaheim. But right at the end of that series, he had to be treated for some migraine headaches. I mean, extremely painful, to the point where he would just have to sit down in a corner just to try to let that pain go away. I've never had a migraine. I can only imagine from the things that I've heard, but he was treated by a chiropractor. He said that it got better, but you know, he's just one of those stand-up guys that very seldom will make an excuse.
The 1-2 lunging, and he rips it down the line, but foul. And Johnny Damon last year had an awful collision with Damian Jackson in the outfield, in which he suffered a concussion. Johnny Damon did, and consequently blurred vision from that. That lingered over a bit into this season. He said only recently has the blurriness, which has happened once in a while. He says he's had to twice step out of the batter's box this summer. Only recently has that faded. But some of those headaches remain, and migraines are just awful.
Keeps teasing him with fastballs up and out of the strike zone, just off the outside corner where he can't reach it, and then he bounces a breaking ball. And I mean, it's been the same routine against Mike Mussina for Johnny Damon.
Two.
The only reason he didn't swing it that day was because he had to move his feet to get out of the way of it.
The Red Sox 8-2 all time when facing postseason elimination. That's the case tonight. Again, they lose, they're done. Off speed got him swinging. Damon strikes out, 0 for 3 in this game. So now it's Pedro Martinez back to the hill and due up for the New York Yankees as we go to the 5th inning. It'll be Alex Rodriguez, Gary Sheffield, and Hideki Matsui. Over the long history of this beautiful ballpark, Fenway Park twice nearly burned completely to the ground, only to be rebuilt. And now here in 2004, the event of coming to a Red Sox game at Fenway has never been more popular. What a beautiful night. Alex Rodriguez starting off the 5th. He has walked and flied out to right field.
One of the most popular things for the New York Yankees this year has been victories via the comeback. 61 times during the regular season. They did it a couple of times against Minnesota. And with the exception of what happened with David Ortiz in extra innings last night, they have matched everything that Boston has thrown at them in this series.
As we mentioned when we came on the air tonight, this may be the very last time Pedro Martinez ever pitches in a Red Sox uniform. Slicer but foul by A-Rod. Free agent at the end of the year, maybe headed elsewhere after a 7-year run in a Red Sox uniform. And the fans so passionate, so knowledgeable in Boston, they know that is very much the case. They may be seeing the last. Gentleman in the middle is Theo Epstein, the young, gifted general manager of the Red Sox. Here's the 1-2. Fouled away. That one got a piece of the home plate umpire, Jeff Kellogg, too.
A-Rod's approach has been to go to the opposite field just about everything that Pedro has thrown tonight. A great diving play on Trot Nixon, took a hit away from him in his last at bat.
Outside for a ball. Pedro hearing sounds inside Fenway tonight. Completely different cheers than what he heard inside Yankee Stadium the other night. Who's your daddy? These are the cheers for a favorite son. Bases empty, nobody out. Gary Sheffield, the on-deck hitter. A brutal part of the order for Martinez in the 5th. Swing and a foul tip out of the glove of Varitek.
That's the second time that he has just gotten enough of it to keep the at-bat going. This is a change-up, outer half. Watch the movement. Look at it coming down and in, and A-Rod just getting a piece of it. Well, it's one thing when a guy at the end of the order fouls it off. It's another thing when it's Alex Rodriguez. Hey, look at this. Gamemanship here. That's the third time in this at bat A-Rod has called for time and stepped out.
3-2.
I'm telling you, he's doing it on purpose to make Pedro mad, to get Pedro to throw a fastball or make a mistake. Pedro on that, but he just tried to overthrow that ball and didn't come close. He's got to regroup right now because this is the leadoff man with Sheffield and Matsui to follow in this inning.
Breaking ball, ball 4. No swing, says Joe West. So the gamesmanship pays off for Alex Rodriguez as he takes a walk.
And the approach of going to the opposite field keeps him from pulling off of that last pitch. The breaking ball just off the outside corner. See how he's trying to go to the opposite field? If he would have been trying to pull the ball and hit it out of the park, he would have rolled right over on that pitch. What a tremendous approach tonight by A-Rod in all 3 at bats.
And really, he's been that way through the entire series. He may be better locked in right now in October than he has been all summer. Gary Sheffield has struck out and walked. Pedro's walked 4 men. The only man who scored on him scored himself. Bernie Williams with a solo home run to lead off the 2nd inning.
Looky here, another timeout called. This is some gamemanship on the part of the Yankees trying to frustrate Pedro Martinez.
A strike. Caught the inside edge of the plate. Gary Sheffield with some success against Martinez coming into tonight. A .286 average with 3 homers.
Mattingly was telling me he thought when A-Rod started to turn it around as a Yankee was when he started to say no to all of the requests for his time and started putting more time into what he was doing on the field. You can only imagine with the print media and the television media. You look at the pitch count getting away from Pedro as the Yankees had hoped. But A-Rod just finally started saying no. Mattingly told him, he says, you know what, they're going to write what they want. They're going to write about what you do on the baseball field. This is where you need to be concerned.
Ground ball right to Miller. Down for it. Guns for second one. The turn double play. And that despite A-Rod barreling in at second base trying to break it up. 2 down.
What a pitch. What a pitcher Pedro Martinez has been. The late movement down and in. Sheffield, unlike Alex Rodriguez, does roll over on top of it. They don't get any easier than this. The chest high throw to Bellhorn. No way A-Rod could have gotten there in time. Pedro, 1, 2. All right, I got one more to get here.
So they did their best to step out, frustrate him, try to slow it down. But the double play ball frustrates Sheffield and the Yankees a whole lot more. Hideki Matsui is 1 for 2 tonight. And now 12 for 22 in the series. But the bases are empty for him. And he gets knocked down on the seat of his pants. The crowd loves this. That brought everybody right back up to their feet.
Remember when Tommy Lasorda said that Pedro Martinez was too small to be a starting pitcher at the big league level? They traded him in '93 to the Montreal Expos. Well, in stature, he might be a little bit short, but they should have checked his heart.
A strike on the corner. Matsui just went flying down to his rear end in the box. Pedro is the first starter for the Red Sox to come up and in consistently and establish the inside. Just a little bit low. Crowd really fired up. You said, Sud, he feeds off of Fenway Park like no other Red Sox pitcher. But he's pitching a different game with a different kind of attack than the other Red Sox pitchers.
Well, he's preaching to the choir now.
Looping liner caught by Millar, and the side is retired. So despite the walk, he faces only 3 Yankees. Pedro Martinez, maybe his last start ever at Fenway. We'll see, but he leads 2-1.
The Red Sox come to bat in the bottom of the 5th inning. Let's take a look at the night for Mike Mussina. He has pretty much dominated everybody since he struggled in that first inning. You see the command of that breaking ball, the fastball when he can fool the hitter, coming on the inside corner, pretty much dominating everybody in that lineup with the exception of Manny Ramirez. And guess who's in the on-deck circle?
First inning, 3 hits, also walked a couple of men. Since then, he's only given up 1 hit. So it'll be Orlando Cabrera, then Manny Ramirez, then David Ortiz against Mussina. And it is not coincidence that with Mel Stottlemyre, the Yankee pitching coach, and the skipper Joe Torre barking at Kellogg throughout the first inning.
Oh, yeah.
Things have changed dramatically for Mussina.
And Michael Mussina has also started throwing more change-ups, as he did there. They did their job. They got the attention of Jeff Kellogg. Home plate has opened up. He has the same generous strike zone that Pedro Martinez is working with.
Cabrera with a single. He's also lined to center, so he's hit the ball well twice after going 1 for 6 last night.
Mussina really settling in now. He won't give you anything. He's not had a 3-ball count on anybody since the first inning.
In that inning, he walked both Millar and then Varitek. Varitek with the bases loaded.
I think he might have been a little out of sorts with Varitek hitting from the right side. He's figured him out now.
Line shot, headed for the gap. That's going to touch down. Sheffield got there in good shape and holds Cabrera to a long single. Well played by Gary Sheffield. He got an excellent break on it, but Cabrera has his second hit.
We've always heard about the offense of Gary Sheffield. We're going to see some offense here from Cabrera going to the opposite field, but this is a tremendous play by Sheffield to cut it off. And then the reputation. Manny Ramirez knows about his arm strength. He got gunned down earlier in this series, and Cabrera says, you know what, I'm not going to make that same mistake. He wants to, but when he sees that back leg get planted from Sheffield, he's got to turn it around.
So the leadoff man is on for Boston. They lead 2-1, 5th inning. Manny Ramirez is 2 for 2, and he has reached 7 consecutive plate appearances. Manny with only 1 extra base hit as Cabrera gets back in, not on a dive but on a lunge, and maybe fortunate to get back safe.
And this is what a lot of people call the hero time of the year. Manny Ramirez is a superstar in baseball. He's done some amazing things, probably going to be a Hall of Famer. But if you want to be remembered forever, well, this is the month to do it in.
kind of play for a foul strike. 0-1. Manny, throughout his career, noted for some rather crazy antics. He's become legendary for things like the time he left a pair of cowboy boots in the Texas Rangers clubhouse, and inside one of the boots was his last paycheck of the season, which was many thousands of dollars. It was also the day, and this story well told, he sent a clubhouse attendant to wash his car. He told the kid there was some money in the glove compartment to pay for it. Well, there was, all right, about $10,000 in cash. So he's a little loose with a buck.
Well, he's also very generous with those clubhouse kids, we've heard.
Fouled away at the plate. It's 0-2, and that one off Posada and rung his bell. Posada got drilled.
Oh, whoa.
On the hand, yeah.
Johnny Bench was the first one I can remember that would put that throwing hand behind his back to keep this from happening.
And Posada to try and walk off the pane when halfway up the third base line and all the way to the pitcher's mound. Oof. He has caught every second of the series so far for Joe Torre. But can he continue now?
Well, he's going to have to try to make some throws, see if he can grip the baseball. I mean, this is, you know, one of those situations where you try to decoy somebody. We'll see how he throws now. You're going to be able to tell on the second throw whether he can grip it or not. That looked okay. Now let's see if he puts a little something on it. He's all right.
That's all it took, 2 tosses, and he'll stay in the game. Now, if you are Orlando Cabrera, granted the count is 0-2, and you have Manny Ramirez in the box, but would you think about testing that hand pretty quick?
I would try to look for a breaking ball to run on. If I'm Cabrera, I get off as far as I can and try to peek at the signs that Jorge Posada's putting down. If more than one finger goes down, then I would take off. But make sure you don't go when that fist goes down, because that fist, you don't want to go on a high fastball. There's the one you want to run on.
He's holding. Fly ball into center, coming in Bernie Williams. Good break on it, makes the catch. So after 6 consecutive reaches by Manny, he finally makes an out. 1 away, and Ortiz on the way up.
Yeah, and here's the spot too where you got to stay home now. You want to keep that gap between the first and second baseman open for a dead pull hitter that David Ortiz is most of the time. A ground ball here, and Tony Clark not able to get to it. It gets to right field. You could create a first and third situation with only 1 out.
Ortiz just 4 for 34 in his career off of Mussina.
Mussina's so aware of running situations. Terry Francona told us before the game tonight that when he puts a straight steal on, he says Cabrera doesn't get near the jump that he does when he just gives him the green light. It's almost like there's a little bit of tension involved when he knows he has to go, as opposed to just kind of get out there and get a feel for it. And if you see something that looks like he's going home, then you're more relaxed to head in that direction a little bit quicker.
Well, you got to believe he's got the green light at some point here in this at bat. Not taking off, and it's a big swing and a miss. Ortiz just doesn't get cheated up there. He drove in 4 runs last night. The last 2, some of the most important ever for the Red Sox. With his game-winning home run in the 12th inning. Fouled back, off into the stands, and it's 0-2. Red Sox ahead 2-1 in the 5th inning. A win, and they continue to play on. and force this series back to Yankee Stadium in the Bronx tomorrow night on Major League Baseball International.
It's really amazing that the Boston Red Sox have ever beat Mike Mussina. You look at the career numbers for Ortiz, just 105 against the Yankee pitcher. Varitek 082, Bill Miller 043, Johnny Damon 212 coming into tonight. That's only gone down with an 0 for 3. Manny Ramirez with 93 at bats just hit 215.
Mussina's 0-2 low. A little bit later tonight, St. Louis and Houston, the Cardinals and Astros in the National League Championship Series, pivotal game. Game number 5, series tied up 2-2. The winner of this series will face the winner of that one in the World Series next Saturday. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. A foul tip, and Posada held on for the K. And Ortiz is never bashful about his emotions when he strikes out.
He just got himself out. 2 of the 3 strikes in that at bat, he chased breaking balls that were out of the strike zone. Mike Mussina not perfect tonight, but he was near perfect not only in game 1 of this series for 6 1/3 of an inning, but a couple of years ago he almost had a perfect game here at Fenway.
Into the 9th inning. In fact, he had 1 out to get, 8 2/3. Before he finally gave up a hit to Carl Everett here at Fenway Park. And he missed out on the perfect game. Well, tonight he has 7 strikeouts. And this has settled into a good old-fashioned pitcher's duel between 2 of the best. Mussina and Martinez. Deep short, tracked down by Jeter. The jumping throw in time on the force to get Cabrera. Side retired. So that's 5 innings done. Mussina and Pedro have really settled down. The game has not seen any runs since a couple were scored by the Red Sox, and then the Yankees got a run in the 2nd inning. It's turning into a dandy. Boston up 1 through 5. Back at Fenway, and American men and women in uniform stationed in 176 countries and U.S. territories are on board for tonight's game via AFN, the American Forces Network, wherever you may be stationed. We just want you to know how much we appreciate all you do in service to our country. Rick Sutcliffe, Dave O'Brien with you from Boston, Massachusetts. Bernie Williams crushed a home run in the 2nd inning. The only Yankee run so far off of Pedro Martinez, who has since struck him out.
But there have been numerous opportunities to score runs. Pedro has just made the pitches when he had to, and he's taken advantage of the New York Yankees not taking advantage of opportunities. Look at the first 3 games. 13 walks, 4 batters were hit by pitches, and 9 runs. Since then, nothing.
Blooper on a broken bat. Manny tested, makes the catch. Manny Ramirez with the grab for the first out in the 6th inning.
I look at what happened in the 8th and 9th inning of the game last night, Dave. The Yankees with an opportunity to win it. A leadoff walk in both the 8th and 9th inning, and no run. Would have been a big difference. Would have been the end of the series.
And Fenway Park would have been the site of a Yankee celebration and the spraying of champagne inside the clubhouse, which would have been a very bitter pill for the Red Sox faithful to swallow to have that happen here. It still might tonight, but the Yankees are trailing. Over the mound, tough play here. Takes a funny bounce, and there will be no play as Posada is safe at first base. Once it got over the hill, you knew it was do or die time for somebody. And then it dropped in behind the hill for a base hit for Posada.
But if it would not have kicked towards second base, I think Cabrera would have made this play, because he really starts coming. There it is. You got a catcher running. Pedro can't get it. But right there, do you see how his angle had to turn? Here he comes. He's going to get him right there. He will get him if the ball just bounces towards him. But all of a sudden, it goes in the other direction, and the angle of pursuit that he took was not going to work.
Posada with a rare infield hit for him. He's 2 for 3. In steps Sierra. Ruben Sierra with a single and a walk so far against Martinez.
Well, it was Posada that walked in the 6th inning in game 2 with Pedro on the mound and 1 out. No big deal, right? Well, it was a big deal because on a 1-2 pitch, John Olerud hit the 2-run homer. There was a difference in that game.
Sierra pokes that one into left center field toward the gap. Posada has to pull up into second as Damon gets to it quickly. And so at 1 out, the Yankees have singled back-to-back, and they have the tying run at second, and that pitch count is creeping up on Martinez.
He just can't get Ruben Sierra out tonight. Joe Torre again pulling the right name out of the hat for that designated hitter role. Real good pitch. Big man extending. I was a little bit surprised, though, that Posada did not try to run on Manny Ramirez or Johnny Damon. It doesn't matter who comes up with that ball. Neither one of those guys with even average throwing arms, but the Yankee catcher did not.
Posada plays it safe. Here's Tony Clark. Pedro got out of an inning with a double play ball back in the 5th. That was a huge help to him then. Downstairs for ball 1. Clark has flied out to left field. He's also struck out.
Pedro's got to get more mental right now than physical. He too has to know that he's not going to throw as hard as he was earlier in the ball game. You've got to hit better spots.
Fly ball on the left field line, but that's going to sink into the stands. Clark, a big man with good power. Pedro, a smaller, more slender figure on that hill. And occasionally he can still rear back and grab a 96, 97 mile-an-hour fastball. Just a few years ago, that was routine for Martinez. It is no longer the case. But every so often, when he needs it most, he can get it. In there for strike. Inside, just under the belt and off the corner.
He found a little extra there. 94 miles an hour just off that inside corner. He struck Clark out the last time up on a good changeup on a 2-2 pitch. Let's see what Pedro has in mind here.
And he's gotten Jeter on strikes twice. 5 Ks in the game. 3-2 now. Posada and Sierra getting their leads. Tense again at Fenway Park. 2-1 Boston in the 6th inning. Another win or go home game for the Red Sox. They won one of those last night here. Fly down into the corner, but he hooked it. And it's a noisy strike for Clark. Still 3-2. Now, Varitek wasn't thrilled with that pitch. He went out and had a quick word with Pedro.
It was a changeup that he struck him out on the last time, but it seemed like Pedro really slowed down on that pitch. And look at the location. He is very, very lucky. That was not a home run. A lot like what John Olerud did in his last start in this very same inning. You got to get smarter. You have to tell yourself, okay, I don't have that great velocity. I have to get better with my command. Think out over the plate, think down, get a ground ball.
He struck him out. He got him looking. A huge K there for Pedro Martinez to punch out Tony Clark, and they're at 2 away.
He just did it. What a big pitch in a huge situation there. Painting that outside corner. He took a little bit off so that he could get it exactly where he wanted it, knowing that he's at 95 pitches right now. He's closing in on trouble for him. So what does he do? He just throws a little cut fastball on the outer half of the plate and gets the out.
And trouble for Pedro has been after 100 pitches. So he's 5 away from that, trying to get out of this inning. Inside ball 1 on Miguel Cairo is grounded out and fly to right field.
Get nervous, partner. You remember me talking in game 2 when he started hanging the breaking ball? That arm starts to slow down and the body gets out in front of it and you miss with locations. That's a lot like what we saw in the 6th inning when he walked Posada leading up to the home run.
2 on, 2 out. Off the glove, and actually that got the batter. That hit him. Cairo struck by the pitch. He'll take his base. So Cairo grazed by the pitch, and that loads them up for the Yankees.
Your arm is just a split second slower than what you expect it to be. And what happens, your body does exactly the same thing, but when your arm can't catch up, you have to slow your body down. He's not doing that. The body's doing the same thing, and with the arm lagging behind, he's got no chance to hit his spots. He has to do the same thing now that he did with Tony Clark. Slow the body down. You know the velocity's not going to be as good, so the command has to be better to get the out.
Jeter making Pedro wait. Now he's ready. Jeter without an RBI so far in the first 5 games, and he's 0 for 3 tonight. He has struck out twice and grounded out as well.
We talked about this is the time of the year for heroes. Well, this man has already made his mark. He knows all about October.
Oh, he blew it by him. A little something extra indeed. 1-1. But that is his 99th pitch, and the trouble mark for Pedro seems to be right around 100 pitches. You see the big jump in average there after he gets to 100, where here comes number 100. Line drive, fair ball down into the corner. It caroms back to right. 1 run in, 2 runs in. Here comes the 3rd run. Play at the plate. Safe. A tremendous job of sliding around the tag by Cairo. Varitek could not get him, and the Yankees take the lead. And that was right on the 100th pitch of this game for Pedro.
Well, just add another chapter to the book on Derek Jeter and his tremendous job in the postseason. He knew what happened here. He went right down the line with that pitch on the outer half, and now they're off to the races. You can see Posada score. You can see Sierra score. And then Miguel Cairo. We've talked about Luis Sojo, the 3rd base coach, being aggressive. He sends the runner the perfect slide, adds another run. Derek Jeter, it's his time of the year.
3 RBIs from a guy who didn't have a single RBI the whole series. And Pedro Martinez had completely wrapped him up the first 3 at bats. So Jeter clears off the bases to make it 4-2 Yankees. Give him a double and 3 runs batted in. He takes 3rd on the throw.
He's done. I mean, history has proven that. I don't know how many times they keep asking for more and more out of Pedro Martinez. He's not the guy that he was 4 years ago. We saw the numbers and what he put up when he won his last Cy Young Award. He's still a terrific pitcher, but he's not that guy that he once was.
And a bullpen. Only now are they starting to move around down there. I just find that extraordinary. You have to be ready to go when he gets to the 100 pitch mark. History shows that over and over. But they're always, and that one hits A-Rod. the second hit batter in the inning. And if that's not a sign that Pedro isn't done, I don't know what is. That Pedro would be done. I mean, the Red Sox in their dugout suddenly look completely lost about what to do here.
Well, the first thing you got to do is get on the phone and get somebody up and going down there in the bullpen. You need a left-hander up and going with Matsui coming up next. I mean, it's over. His arm has slowed down, and Pedro just continues to fight himself instead of slowing that body down. You've got to just kind of eliminate your lower half, because by it jumping towards home plate, as it has been earlier in the count, your arm gets left behind.
A-Rod, meanwhile, is struggling after getting drilled by Pedro. Cairo is hit by a pitch in this inning as well. An inning that has seen the Yankees turn the game on its ear. They lead 4-2 thanks to Jeter's big hit. They got him right on that elbow. So, I mean, one thing that is happening here is the Red Sox have extra time because of the hit batsman and the injury to A-Rod to get that bullpen warmed up.
That hit batsman has not come back to hurt Pedro Martinez. The one he will remember, though, was when he hit Miguel Cairo, loading the bases for Derek Jeter.
With 2 out. I mean, it's going to sound like a jump on Terry Francona party, but don't you have to know your ace better than that to know that at that point in the game, over and over and over again, going back to the ALCS last year when Grady Little made the mistake of sending Pedro back out there when he should not have been, knowing that at 100 pitches, that's when he starts to fall apart. That's a very clear mark for Pedro to be stepping out of the game. And yet he pitches on. He's given up 3 runs in the inning on 3 hits and 2 hit batsmen. This should have been happening 10 minutes ago.
I agree.
Outside on Sheffield. It started on that infield hit by Posada, which took an unlucky bounce for Boston, a fortunate hop for the Yankees. Then Sierra singled after Clark struck out Cairo, the crucial hit batter, before Jeter's clear him off double. 2-1.
Some people might think that, all right, he's starting to lose it, but 85% of Pedro is better than anything you have in the bullpen. Well, Pedro Martinez right now is about 85% when the game starts of what he used to be. So it's a lot less than that for him right now.
3-1 as the pitch count rises up to 106. He's moments away from having to face the hottest hitter on the planet right now, Hideki Matsui.
Can't let him face it. We'll see.
He missed badly there for ball 4, and the bases are loaded again for the Yankees. Have we now seen the last of Pedro Martinez? Who's ready? Will Francona make the call? I think the crowd at Fenway, as much as they love Pedro, they want to see him come out. Matsui's getting in. He's going to face Martinez. This is a major roll of the dice by the Red Sox manager. Inside ball 1. You're putting what is left of your season completely on the line.
Well, he's only thrown like 1 strike in the last 8 pitches that he's thrown.
Well, the left-hander Myers is ready, but he was not called on. 2-0. Boy, it's just remarkable to see a Red Sox manager make the same mistake in a crucial spot against the Yankees in the ALCS in back-to-back Octobers. This is the 28th pitch in this inning. And he delivers a strike. Hideki Matsui is the 9th Yankee to bat in the 6th. An inning that started with the Red Sox ahead 2-1. Line drive to right, coming on Nixon, sliding ahead. He tumbles over, but he hangs on to the baseball. And the Red Sox are still alive, although Jeter comes up with a huge hit. He drives in 3 runs against a tiring Pedro Martinez. And the New York Yankees have taken the lead, ahead 4-2 as we go to the last half of the 6th inning at Fenway Park. Sutton, it took a terrific play by Trot Nixon, who's going to lead off the bottom of the 6th inning, to save 3 more runs from scoring for the New York Yankees. Although Pedro Martinez does get out of the inning and leaves him loaded, Jeter comes up with the bases clearing 3 RBI double, and the Yankees have a 4-2 lead against the Red Sox. And Boston is backed into a corner.
It's the reason you need a #1 starter. Boston was lucky this year to have 2 guys with a lot of innings, a lot of wins, Schilling and Pedro Martinez. What that #1 starter does for you is he actually helps you win 3 out of every 5 games. What happened last night was that Terry Francona could unload his bullpen. If Pedro Martinez was the Pedro Martinez of a few years ago, you can do that the night before your #1 guy goes, because you know he can get you deep into the ball game. Pedro Martinez is not that guy anymore. But when you have a horse like that, you unload the night before, knowing that your #1 guy will get you through the next day, and then what happens on the 3rd day? Well, that bullpen is fresh again to go out there and help you win a ball game.
Schilling is supposed to start Game 6 if there is a Game 6, but will it even get to him? Trot Nixon lays off a pitch down low. He's gone over 2. He's made 2 tremendous catches in the outfield. This might be a vastly different game if not for his spectacular grabs.
Well, he almost made a great throw to Nel Cairo at home plate, but just able to slide underneath the tag from Jason Varitek.
2-1 pitch. He's way out in front. He has had Trot Nixon off stride. Mike Mussina has.
Well, and do you see what's happening with Mussina? He's getting smarter. He's working more so from the neck up with that changeup and curveball than he is trying to throw fastballs by people.
35-year-old out of Williamsport, Pennsylvania, the site of the Little League World Series. And as you pointed out, a Stanford man to boot. Rake, but foul. Still 2-2. You talked about his brilliant start in Game 1, the near perfect game. He's had other great outings. 1997 in the American League Championship Series when he was with the Orioles. It was Game 3 against Cleveland. He struck out 15 Indian hitters, at the time setting an LCS record, later tied by Lamont Hernandez and Roger Clemens. Thinking strikeout on Nixon. Too high. 3-2.
211 career wins for Mike Mussina. 119 losses. That's getting it done. With an ERA in the American League, don't forget, the designated hitter of 3.59. By design here, you just can't walk it. Take a little bit off the fastball away. You feel like you can get an off-speed pitch over, so be it. But you cannot walk this guy.
Line shot, center field. Bernie getting there, slides. He makes a terrific catch. So take that, Trot Nixon. Williams returning the favor. Twice Trot Nixon has robbed Yankees tonight.
This is an 85-90% mile-an-hour fastball right down the middle. You cannot walk him and bring the tying run to home plate. You have to make him earn it. And it looked like there for a while Trot Nixon did earn it, but Bernie Williams took it away from him, and Mike Mussina appreciated it. Now, if you're Mike Mussina, you have to make sure you don't put yourself in that hole again. You can't go to the count of 3-2, which means the easiest way to stay away from there is to throw strike one.
Ball one to Varitek, who walked with the bases loaded in the first inning and then was called out on strikes in the third. And still up there hitting right-handed.
No scouting report for a right-handed pitcher against a right-handed hitting Jason Varitek.
Yeah, he's a switch hitter. Usually he'd be up there on the left side. Oftentimes you'll see with a knuckleball guy on the mound, a switch hitter will go with his preferred side. So if it's a right-hand pitcher, he might hit right-handed. Oftentimes you see that, if that's his better side. But not with a guy who isn't a knuckleballer, although he does have a knuckle curve, which is not a knuckleball.
See the one knuckle up? That means that the ball is going to have some movement away from that right-handed hitter. You see the late tilt, and you see the no chance for Varitek.
But there's a big difference with that pitch. A knuckleball oftentimes doesn't rotate at all when it's thrown properly. It'll move all over the place. That's not the case with this pitch. This is a curveball
that has as much rotation as he can possibly get on it.
One down, bases empty, 2-2 the count. Got a piece of it.
Varitek with a much higher average during the year from the right side as opposed to the left. 350, 270.
Good to see Derek Lowe on the bench tonight. Didn't spend much time on the bench after his start ended last night. He went right into the clubhouse.
I had to ask him about it too. I was a little perturbed. I guess people out there listening could tell.
Yeah, I could tell.
I said, where'd you go? I can't believe. Can you believe they took me out? I said, yeah, I've seen the numbers you put up this year. And regardless of whether he took you out, what about Timlin? It's his fault? Because you're right. You know what? When a guy admits he made a mistake like that, you go on.
Sure. Little dribbler foul back behind the plate. Varitek making it tough on Mussina in this at bat. Like Pedro Martinez, Jason Varitek is a free agent at the end of the season. You think they'll get him back?
They have to. It starts right here. You give him whatever it takes to get him signed, and then if there's something left over, you go. I would go for Cabrera next, and then after, there's going to be a lot of big-time pitchers available. Carl Pavano, what a postseason he had a year ago. We all remember that against the Yankees. He's kind of a local guy too. He's from back east here somewhere.
Yeah, I believe it's a Connecticut kid.
Exactly right. He was once traded for Pedro Martinez, not by Theo Epstein.
Carl Pavano just had an outstanding season with the Florida Marlins, the defending world champs.
I thought he had a shot at that Cy Young award until collectively they ran out of gas. You just can't take everything away from them that they did in the offseason and expect them to repeat. Pudge Rodriguez not back. Derek Lee was not back.
Ground ball, a friendly bounce at A-Rod. Over to Clark for the second out. Mussina just seems to get better and better as the night goes on.
Well, because he gets smarter and smarter. You're not seeing any blazing fastballs other than a pitch right down the middle on the 3-2 count to Trot Nixon. You're seeing him go from corner to corner. You're seeing him add a little velocity to the fastball, take a little bit off, mixing in that breaking ball from side to side. He's trying to keep anybody from getting on base because you respect the power that this Boston Red Sox lineup has. You don't want to face the tying run.
Those were his numbers as far as before and after 100 pitches this season. Bill Miller has struck out and flied out. Also this season, Mussina missed 36 games with elbow stiffness in July and in August. And like so many of his rotation brethren, He didn't pitch as much this year as he has in past years, so he was fresher coming into October. And given all the talk about the Yankee rotation being their Achilles heel, that was going to be their downfall, the reason the Red Sox were favored in this series, it's really been anything but.
Brian Cashman, their general manager, deserves a lot of credit too. You think about two of the guys that have pitched in this series and pitched well: John Lieber, Orlando Hernandez.
High fly, but a routine pop, and Matsui is there. 1, 2, 3, they go. Boston with just 2 hits since the first inning. And the Moose is loose again here at Fenway Park. He loves to pitch here, and he has a 4-2 lead. Fenway Park, Boston, Massachusetts. Game number 5 of the American League Championship Series. Rick Sutcliffe and Dave O'Brien with you. And this copyrighted telecast is the property of the Office of the Commissioner of Major League Baseball and is intended for the private non-commercial use of our audience. Any publications, reproductions, retransmissions, or other use of the pictures, descriptions, and accounts of this game without the express written consent of Major League Baseball is prohibited. Score 4-2 the Yankees as we're getting set for the 7th inning. Here's the Yankee box score up to the minute.
Well, it doesn't look like a whole lot. 1 for 4 for Derek Jeter, but keep looking. There's 3 RBIs there. They were down 2-1. There were 2 outs. The bases were loaded, and he won the battle with Pedro Martinez, putting the Yankees in the position they are with this lead in what could be the final game of this series.
And in the end, knocking Pedro Martinez out of the ball game with that huge hit. That was the case eventually. Making way for Mike Timlin to pitch. And what just might be the last game ever in a Red Sox uniform for Martinez.
What is that, the clubhouse kid kind of cleaning things up there in the Red Sox dugout?
Yeah, has Jeter already done that with his big hit along with Mussina's pitching?
That's the highest paid maintenance guy I've ever seen in my life, I think. Kurt Schilling.
Timlin in and facing Bernie Williams.
Been a good one. I don't know how these guys continue to stay good into the postseason when they have all of the appearances that a guy like Mike Timlin or a guy like Tom Gordon. I mean, they just keep throwing hard. It's got to be just tremendous work ethic to keep them on top of their game and to be as productive as they continue to be.
Bernie Williams driving in his 9th run with that home run. This one deep to right, but there's Nixon with the catch. A heavy workload the last couple of games for the Red Sox bullpen, and they were great last night, but a lot of pitches, Rick.
Wakefield in game 3 with 60 pitches. Embry has been in the last 2 ball games. Myers has been in the last 2. Leskanic has been in the last 2. I mean, you total all that up, it's got to be, I mean, it's well over 200 pitches. That's taxed. You can blame the starting rotation for Terry Francona, or you can give credit to the offense of Don Mattingly and the Yankees.
Tonight, 7 Yankee hits. The Red Sox have been held to 5. Fly, left field, Ramirez with the grab. 2 up, 2 down. Posada makes the out, but he's had a good night. He has scored a run, gone 2 for 4. Torrey getting his bullpen going now. Tanyan Sturtz and Flash Gordon. Sturtz number 56.
How about the confidence that Joe Torre has in number 56, telling us in the managers meetings how he projects Tanyan Sturtz to be a closer. Says he has the mentality for it. He has the command, the velocity.
And also a lifelong Red Sox fan, Tanyan Sturtz. High chopper. Cabrera had to wait on it. Close. Safe. The Red Sox were starting off the diamond, but Sierra kept running hard and he beats it out for an infield single. Cabrera did not charge. He elected to play it conservatively. And Sierra has his 3rd hit.
That looked like a young Ruben Sierra. I mean, at his age, still running this well. You see him back on his heels there. Still an outstanding throw, plenty on it for most people. Ruben Sierra just multi-talented right there. He's gone. Starts to lean forward. Base hit.
So Tony Clark will bat in this inning here in the top of the 7th with the Yankees in front 4-2. They had the lead late last night as well. In fact, they had the lead in the 9th inning with only 3 more outs to get before they could celebrate their 40th American League pennant. The Red Sox rallied to tie it and then won it in the 12th inning. The force play will end the inning. 1 man left. Time for our middle inning break here in the 7th, and time for us to toss it to Carl Bean, the Red Sox public address announcer. Bottom of the 7th inning, the Yankees ahead 4-2 here in Game 5. Here's the Red Sox box score, and they're not getting a whole lot from Bellhorn and Damon, who are about to bat first and second in this inning.
They haven't gotten anything since the very first inning. They've had opportunities. They've had the leadoff man on a couple of times, but the key to this ball game is touching home plate, and they haven't done it for 5 consecutive innings off Mike Mussina.
He stays out there for the 7th. And the vaunted Yankee pan, especially at the tail end of the game, it's been spectacular. Continues to get ready in the bullpen if necessary. Bellhorn is 0 for 2. He's grounded out and lined out, both times to the second baseman. This time no one can catch it. That's a fair ball. It ricochets back, and Sheffield misplays it. It gets under his glove, and Bellhorn has 2. They're going to call that a double, and it took a wicked bounce sharply back toward a charging Gary Sheffield. He could not corral it, and here comes Torrey.
Bellhorn has really had a good night swinging the bat, but he had nothing to show for it till there. I just can't figure out why Gary Sheffield did not get the glove down there. He's got to take a better route to get back to that ball, because there's no way Bellhorn would have tested his arm. It would have kept the double play in order. Instead, as you said, David, ends up being a double.
Sheffield with a lunge and a miss, and 2 bags for Mark Bellhorn. So they're going to turn it over to Tanyan Sturtz. Mussina has been lifted by Torrey after 6+ innings, pitching into the 7th. And another excellent start for the Moose. And he cannot lose it, although that runner at second base is now his responsibility. And Tanyan Sturtz is in. The right-hander from nearby Worcester, Massachusetts. And once again, Mussina comes up big in this series for Joe Torre.
Well, Tanyan Sturtz came up big last night with a couple of shutout innings. 25 pitches was all it required to get through those innings. There we go. We take a look at the last couple of games for the New York Yankees. Vasquez, that's what you hope to get out of your long reliever. An outstanding performance by him. He came in. Mariano Rivera with a couple of innings. You can see how taxed he got. There's Sturtz. Paul Contra has pitched in the last couple of games, but you know Joe Torre would like to stay away from him tonight. He was the losing pitcher last night.
So Mike Mussina goes 6+ innings, allowing 2 runs on 6 hits. He gave up 2 runs right away, as it appeared the Red Sox might rock him tonight. In the first inning, he allowed 3 singles, and he walked 2, including Varitek with the bases loaded, and he fell behind 2-0. After that point, though, he got stronger and stronger until allowing that double to Bellhorn.
I think the happiest guy in this ballpark is not Johnny Damon, to see Mike Mussina not on that mound right now.
Damon 0 for 3 against Mussina with 2 strikeouts. And Mussina struck him out 3 times the first time they squared off in Game 1.
As tough as hits have been to come by for Johnny Damon, don't forget the number 20. As a leadoff man, he homered 20 times this year.
5 times against the Yankees. That's strike 1. Damon, an excellent RBI man all summer long, takes a pitch outside. And the rally caps are going again for the youngsters at Fenway. They worked last night. That brought some magic. And a magical swing by David Ortiz to win it in the 12th inning. Boston trying to rally again. 2-1.
Worst case scenario for Johnny Damon is that you make an out, but you advance the runner to third base. There's a lot of baseball left. You have to be fundamentally sound.
Popped up. Jeter covers the ground on the outfield grass. And another out made by Johnny Damon, one after another.
If you can't handle the fastball of the guy on the mound, you have to bunt in this situation. You have to try to bunt for a base hit. You can see the effort was there, but the bat speed is not. He just simply can't catch up with a good fastball. What a terrific job of pitching by Sturts. What a poor job of hitting. I mean, that's like swinging a bat underwater. That is so slow right now, and the reason he's struggling as he is.
1 for 22 in the series. So here's Orlando Cabrera. Good night going. 2 for 3 with a pair of singles. Even his out was sharply hit. A line drive to center field in the second inning.
Yeah, he's not swinging underwater.
No, sir.
This man is thriving right now on this big stage. It's just wonderful that the fans are getting an opportunity to learn more about Cabrera. He was lost in Montreal.
Of course, for those who have missed it around the world, the Montreal Expos, that franchise will not be in Montreal come next season opening day. It will relocate to Washington, D.C. for next season. Fouled away in a healthy cut. 0-2 though. The Washington franchise has yet to select a name for the new team in D.C. Although Senators has been suggested, the Washington Grays has achieved a lot of popularity as a potential name. The Senators used to be the franchise there in D.C. years ago. Bellhorn gets his lead. Into the dirt, blocked by Posada. Posada earlier tonight took a foul tip right off his throwing hand, stayed in the game.
Take a look at this, though. Look at him going down, smothering that baseball. No chance for Bellhorn to advance. Somehow he's found some new life in those legs. Kind of looked like a heavyweight boxer about ready to go down towards the end of that game last night. You have to understand that.
Old foul over the dugout to the left, and it remains 1-2. Well, the situation very simple for the Red Sox. They have to win to keep this series alive, just as they did in thrilling fashion last night. If they lose, the Yankees wrap up the American League pennant for the 40th time in their history. And then wait to see who they will face in the World Series next Saturday. A Red Sox victory pushes this series back to the Bronx. And Game 6 tomorrow night, right here on Major League Baseball International. Still 1-2.
Gotta be a little bit more of a confidence factor for Boston against the Yankees than any other team when you're down late. They have proven that they can come back against the great closer Mariano Rivera. Rivera with 8 blown saves in his career against Boston. One of them in the postseason, which of course was last night.
First time that Rivera has ever blown a save in a league championship series.
And that's why it was so important for Johnny Damon to advance the runner. You don't pick up a run when you can.
And Sturts to step off the rubber here and the mound.
It's not a bad move there. I think he might have got a little bit confused with the signs put down by Posada. Don't take a chance on crossing him up. He's showing some maturity right now for a guy with not a whole lot of experience.
Runner at second, one out. Bottom of the seventh, 4-2 Yankees. Cabrera patient there, did not chase it. 2-2. If you just looked at Orlando Cabrera's helmet, you had no idea who he plays for. No clue whatsoever.
Kind of reminds you of Craig Biggio's helmet, doesn't it?
Might as well be the Toledo Mud Hens. Pretty close the case with Manny Ramirez too, with all that pine tar up there. And now Posada wants to make sure he's right, hooking up with Tanyan Sturtz on his next pitch.
Sturtz continued to shake him off. Obviously all we can do is guess from here, but I'm thinking Sturtz was wanting to throw a fastball in, and Posada saying, wait a minute, big guy. You know, that green monster is still out there. It's not that far away. It says 420 out there to the right of Bernie Williams. Let's take advantage of the big part of the ballpark this time of night, particularly with this being the tie and run.
Sturtz ready in a 2-2. High fly foul.
Sturtz got what he wanted. It was a fastball in, 92 miles an hour. I think he got lucky.
Yeah, because this kid can hit a fastball, and he can hit it out of the park. He hit one in his very first plate appearance after he was traded from Montreal. He takes down low. 3-2. This is turning into a whale of an at-bat for him.
What it reminds me of the at-bat that the opponent shortstop just had, and that being Derek Jeter. He's thrown everything at him, as Pedro Martinez tried to do with Derek Jeter. Jeter won that battle. Cabrera trying to win this one.
Well, the ninth pitch of the at-bat coming. Inside for ball 4. First and second for the Red Sox, and only one away. Torrey back out. He's made the change already. Another pitching change here. Up and in for ball 4. And Gordon is coming on for New York. He comes in with 2 on, and we'll be back. Well, the meter is running high at Fenway Park in the 7th inning. 4-2 Yankee lead, but Manny Ramirez is going to hit against Tom Flash Gordon with runners at first and second and only one man out. The Red Sox trying for their second consecutive dramatic come-from-behind win against the Yankees. Fouled away, first ball swinging. Quite a rip by Manny Ramirez, who's gone 2 for 3.
Power against power. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. A bat that hit 43 homers this year. The go-ahead run at home plate. Manny Ramirez with a number 24 on his back. You hit one out here, it'll take you a long ways towards putting your number up there with those immortals.
The retired numbers of Red Sox greats, but Boston has not won a World Series since 1918, when Babe Ruth was pitching for them. 2 years later, he was sold to the Yankees. Many in this region believe the Red Sox have been cursed ever since.
Sign says they believe. You wonder sometimes. They're awful quiet coming to the ballpark last night. A little bit more energy here tonight.
The 1-1. A ball and 2 strikes. Now Gordon has had a history of dominating one of the best hitters in the game. Manny just a 171 lifetime hitter off Flash Gordon.
You know that too when they have faced each other as many times as they have. I mean, that was a pitch right there that Manny Ramirez, it was out of the zone, but when it's off speed up and in, you don't have to swing that hard with that green monster being no further away than it is.
Ramirez without a single extra base hit the entire series. All 7 of his hits have been singles. Two and two.
You wonder if Gordon could get out of this if Joe Torre would, as he did last night, start Mariano Rivera off in the 8th inning, trying to get a 2-inning save out of it. He told Les before the game no. He said, I might give him part of the 8th inning, but I would not want him to start it.
1 out in the bottom of the 7th here.
Gordon has pitched in all 5 games of this series. So if that's the case, he's going to be out there for a while. Joe Torre would love a ground ball double play. The fans of the Boston Red Sox are thinking of another kind of double.
Out of play, they'll sail along the right field line, and a souvenir at Fenway Park. These last 2 nights and game 2 typify the kind of games that these 2 teams have played for the last couple of years. Tense, taut, right down to the wire. Last night came down to the final swing. That's the way Red Sox Yankees are supposed to be. Ground ball and a broken bat. A-Rod to his left. Fields to second one on the first. Double play. They turn 2. So an inning that began with so much promise, the double by Bellhorn, ends in a double play. The Yankee bullpen holds again, and the Red Sox fail to score. It's on to the 8th in Game 5. 4-2. New York leads it. This game began under some sunshine here at Fenway Park in Boston. Nightfall has long since settled on it, and the New York Yankees are marching toward their 40th American League pennant. They have a 4-2 lead over the Boston Red Sox going to the 8th.
Tells you how close these 2 teams have been. Since the start of 2003, they have played 49 games. The Yankees have won 25, the Red Sox 24. A-Rod, a new position. Gets the ball perfectly to Cairo. Cairo says, you can hit me as hard as you want as long as we get the double play turn. He did that.
Cairo to lead off the 8th inning, and he's done some little things that don't show up in the box score, like hanging in despite getting hit rather hard there by Cabrera on the double play. Turned it nonetheless. Fly ball left center field into the alley. That's going to drop down. It bounces up against the green monster, and Cairo has a double. He also extended that elbow and got hit by that pitch in the 6th inning and made a terrific slide to score in the 6th inning. Cairo's doing things you don't see in the box score, but they really help a team win.
Talk about extending. It was Derek Jeter that extended his arms and created the lead that they have right now back in the 6th inning. Pedro Martinez on the mound. Not a bad pitch to most people, but Jeter with the proper approach going to the opposite field. And you talked about Miguel Cairo doing the little things that come up big. That was a huge slide to avoid the tag, creating a 2-run lead.
A 3-run double by Jeter. He took 3rd on the throw on that play. And that was on the 100th pitch offered up by Pedro Martinez in tonight's game. He was lifted after 6 innings. And he is on the hook for the loss right now in what might turn out to be the last game he ever pitches for Boston. Jeter struck out twice against Martinez and grounded out before that big hit.
He put down a sacrifice bunt last night, Jeter, in the 11th inning. A-Rod came up and hit the ball hard. Line drive, but a great play by Cabrera at shortstop. Acted like he was going to bunt there. He's got everybody in now at the corners. A lot of holes in that infield for a ground ball to get through. He decides to swing it.
Bunting gets another one down. Timlin throws him out into third. Cairo. Sacrifice again successful for Derek Jeter. He's just so sound.
Yeah, did you hear that sound there as he ran off? He looked at A-Rod and said, now get him in. That's leadership. I've done my thing, now you do yours. I moved him up 90 feet. There's 90 more to go.
Leadership also sounded a bit like a threat. You'd better get him in. A-Rod drove in 106 runs on command during the regular season. Tonight he's been on base 3 times without getting a hit. 2 walks, and he was hit on the elbow by a pitch. Gary Sheffield next. The Yankees ahead 4-2 in the 8th inning. Oh, how they would love to celebrate the clinching victory at Fenway Park on a night where one of their #1 opponents, Pedro Martinez, was the starter for their #1 rival. Wide on A-Rod, 2-1. Alex Rodriguez 7 out of 20 in the series with 5 RBIs. He has also scored a lot, 8 runs. Looking to get to his first World Series. Swung on and foul tipped. And a count 2-2.
Joe Torre talking about A-Rod before the game on how he's one of the guys, one of the new faces that has not ever won it all. But he talked about how tall he has been standing during the postseason and how he has come up big. They need him again.
Swing and a miss. Not this time. He strikes out. 2 away.
Mike Timlin just found a hole. He went up and in to get ahead in the count, and he finished him off in the exact same spot. A-Rod a little over anxious there, try to get that run in. Nothing wrong with taking a walk and leaving that man at third with 1 out for the next guy.
Sheffield 0 for 2. He's walked 2 times. Gary does not have a hit since game 3. And in the first 3 games, he was 9 for 17 and scored 7 runs. The Yankees looking to pad the lead here in the 8th. Up 4-2. I think your point about Mariano Rivera and the fact that the Red Sox perhaps don't see Rivera in the same light as other ball clubs because they've had success against him, particularly this year. I think it's a very interesting point. And despite a phenomenal playoff resume for Rivera, the Red Sox don't look at him as an automatic save against them, by no means. The 3-0 pitch down the heart.
Have to go back though to what happened or didn't happen in the bottom of the 7th inning. Mariano Rivera still with a 2-run cushion if he does come into the game and the score stands. But after a leadoff double by Bellhorn, that run, not getting that run in, may be the difference.
Check swing and a strike. Sheffield turns back at the umpire Kellogg, not really sure it was in the zone. 3-2.
Take a look at the glove. Pretty much stayed right there. pretty much tells you that Varitek thought it was a strike. I get a hitter complaining like that, I might look for a real generous outside corner. I might have gone away about 6 inches and see if he didn't get even for what looks like an everyday player showing you up.
Well, instead he went inside, and Sheffield draws his 3rd walk of the game. And here comes Francona. So Matsui is due up. He'll bat next, but Mike Timlin apparently will not be around to face him. The Yankees 4, Boston 2, 8th inning. And New York has runners at 1st and 3rd. The closer Folk is coming on, a right-hand pitcher to face the lefty slugger, and we'll be back in a moment. So the right-hander Mike Timlin comes out of the ball game and gives way to the closer Keith Folk. And when he's pitched in this series, he has been out there a while. In the ALDS against Oakland in 2003, I should say against Boston for the Oakland A's, he bounced back pretty well after throwing a lot of pitches.
Those 3 innings were hitless, as was his outing last night, in which he threw 50 pitches, not allowing any hits. He came on in exactly a situation like this with Matsui standing at home plate, got a ground ball to first base. Matsui was out in front of a changeup. Matsui's just so smart, though. You got to figure that he won't make that same mistake again.
Two men on, 1st and 3rd for the Yankees, and 2 away. Remember, Matsui almost broke this game wide open last time up. Trot Nixon made that terrific diving catch with the bases loaded in the 6th inning. 0-1 on him. Matsui's 1 for 3, singled back in the 3rd inning.
They already had the MVP trophy to this series in his locker last night. When the bottom of the 9th inning started, he could put a little exclamation point on that award if he could come up big here. I still think it's going to be his if the score remains the same.
And it's 12 for 24 in the series. 5 doubles, a couple of home runs and a triple, 10 RBIs. He has been all over the score sheet.
No real secret to Keith Folk. He had great command of the fastball. Huge difference between the velocity on it and his straight changeup.
One and 2. A must hold here for Folk. Cairo, the runner at 3rd, he's going to dart down that line to try and distract the pitcher and induce a balk. He's going to get right in his line of sight if he can. Fastball outside. A groan at Fenway. They wanted that one.
The Yankees do a lot of that too that you're talking about, Dave, with runners jumping off like that. Another reason that they step out from time to time at home plate is just to look back and see where the catcher was at. See what they had in mind as far as location was concerned.
Inside and almost hit him. Matsui jackknifing out of the way. The hopes of 6 states hinging on what happens tonight in Boston, Massachusetts. Sheffield runs, little blooper left field. Manny Ramirez to make the catch. That retires the side. So the Yankees will have 12 more men on base tonight after 14 last night. They've had many chances to blow it open. Ortiz is coming up after his heroics last night. Does he have more left in him? David Ortiz to bat. Man, did he bat last night. He won the game for the Red Sox in the 12th inning.
Well, and if somehow the Boston Red Sox could win this series, he could be the MVP. But they have a long ways to go, and as the song goes, a short time to get there. They are down to their final 6 outs if they plan on celebrating anymore.
He takes a strike from Tom Gordon, who got Manny Ramirez to hit into a double play in the 7th inning and end a Red Sox threat. There were 2 men on at the time. Rivera loosening in the bullpen for New York. High fly ball deep into the night, way back and gone off the Volvo side. Ortiz does it again. This home run draws the Red Sox to within 1. Torrey's lead is cut to 4-3.
He wore out the Yankees all year long. You'd like to have had him up there with a couple men on in that last inning. It didn't happen. His good buddy Manny Ramirez hit into a double play. Now Mariano Rivera will start to crank it up.
Millar trying to make it back-to-back. Another bomb by Ortiz. Last night's home run to right field. He pulled that wickedly. Another strike on Millar. This one up over the Green Monster.
Got to be a little bit concerned if you're Joe Torre. In 80 appearances this year, he only witnessed Tom Gordon allowing 5 home runs. David Ortiz just put 1 on the board.
Nobody out. Downstairs for a ball. It's 1-2. For time and step out of the batter's box here. Facing a 1-2 pitch.
A lot of missed opportunities, Dave, for both sides. A-Rod with a chance to add some insurance, didn't get it done.
Bounced to the dish. Underthrown by Gordon.
Manny Ramirez with a big opportunity in the bottom of the 7th. It didn't happen. Johnny Damon not able to advance runners. And yet, just like we expected every game in this series to be. Nobody knows right now the outcome. That coin is still in the air.
3-2. It is worth mentioning again that the Red Sox are 8-2 all-time when facing postseason elimination. Both times they lost an elimination game to the Yankees in the 99 and 03 American League Championship Series.
Nice little shot of Dave Roberts there. Ball 4. You think we might see him again?
I think there's a pretty good chance. He had the stolen base last night in the 9th inning. Moments later, Bill Miller drove him in, and they tied it, going on to win in 12. Ball 4. Millar walked last night. He was in the hole 0-2. This is how they played it last evening. Roberts coming on to run for him. Turned out to be part of a magic formula for the Red Sox. And as you said last night, said moments before the steal, he doesn't come into the game unless he's going to try and run. Stottlemyre for a visit. Rivera is warmed up and ready, but there is nobody out here in the 8th inning.
Terry Francona did everything right by not doing anything last night. Here we are in the 9th inning. Roberts, watch the jump he gets. Look at the explosion. You see the throw from Posada, the tag by Jeter, and even Posada knew right there that trouble could be lurking. Well, Miller, no sacrifice bunt. He swings the bat, ties the ball game up, which eventually led to the victory in Game 4.
It was 4-3 at that stage of the game last night when Roberts came in, stole the base, and scored to tie it at 4. That was against Rivera that Miller got the big hit. Well, right now, Gordon stays on and faces Trot Nixon, who's done a lot of talking tonight with his glove. 2 superb catches in right field. At the bat, he's 0 for 3. Roberts not running on strike 1. Dave Roberts has never had a bigger stolen base in his life than the one he had here at Fenway last evening.
Until now. The one he's attempting to get here. Back easily there, which tells Dave Roberts he can get another half step as far as the lead is concerned.
And remember, you've got a left-hand hitter up there who serves as a pick for the catcher, Posada. That does not help his vision at all. Gordon looks him back. Now tonight, would Francona think about crossing up the Yankees and dropping down a sacrifice?
No, not with this guy. Not to me. I mean, if you're going to sacrifice, leave Millar out there. This guy's there to steal a base. He's on his own. He'll go when he feels like he can get there. Back in plenty of time, maybe another half step.
Usually, when a base runner dives back, he's gone as far as he can go. But you say he can take more.
Yeah, because the throw wasn't there. It wasn't a bang-bang play. They want it to be bang-bang. He doesn't want to take a chance on getting thrown out. You're trying to steal something here.
And you're also talking about a guy who's been in the big leagues a long, long time in Tom Gordon. He knows how to manage a running game. 16 years. Really takes his time. Now the hitter asks for time. Trot Nixon growing tired of waiting. The Yankee lead down to 4-3 here in the 8th. A home run by Ortiz again has cut it to 1. Posada trots to the mound now.
Oh, it's going to slow down the pace of this game. There is too much at stake to make a mistake. A mistake from Gordon would be to bounce a breaking ball, a wild pitch, Posada pass ball. Joe Torre contemplating the pitch out. This is why, to me, in a one-run ball game, one manager or another will decide the outcome. Do you insert a pinch runner? Do you pitch out? Do you hit and run?
That is the 3rd throw over to first base. He's also stepped out. Nixon has. Gordon has stepped off once. Is Roberts going to run now? No. 1-1. You know, sometimes baseball fans in the United States complain about time of game. It's extraordinary to me how this ball game is frozen in time right now with everything going on, but it feels like it's moving 1,000,000 miles an hour.
There's no place on earth you or I would rather be.
Not running. Down and in. 2-1. Still nobody out here.
Would have been so much simpler for Joe Torre if he had a left-handed reliever he trusted. You eliminate the running game. You've got a left-handed reliever facing a left-handed hitter. The percentages favor you, but he has lost confidence in Heredia.
Felix Heredia has not made an appearance in the series. Ball 3.
And give credit to that ball 3 count to Dave Roberts. Trying to get quick. And Joe Torre knows. That's what Mel Stottlemyre went to the mound to tell Gordon. Give Posada a chance to throw him out. Well, he's quick to home plate. He's doing that, but he's about to lose the hitter at home plate. You're gone right now. There's no reason not to go. If it's a fastball and it's near the zone, Trot Nixon's going to take a whack at it. If it's something off speed, Roberts should be able to steal the base easily. Whatever move Tom Gordon has, as far as the pickoff is concerned, he should try it now.
The runner goes. Line drive, base hit, center field. Roberts flying into third. He pulls up there. The Red Sox on the attack, first and third, nobody out.
To me, that's when people underestimate the Boston Red Sox. From afar, you might think it's built on Pedro Martinez and Manny Ramirez. Far from that. It is built on a bullpen. It's built on a bench. It's built on players that come in and perform when need be. Trot Nixon just got that done. That was a huge at-bat. The patience that he showed, getting a good pitch to handle. All of a sudden now the runner takes off. Wow. Joe Torre is saying, as Elvis once sang, it's now or never. He's going to the bullpen for Mariano Rivera.
Well, he did not want to do this, not for 2 full innings, but he has to go to Rivera again. And the Red Sox got to Rivera last night. Gordon is coming out. The New York Yankees were the rally kings all season long with a ton of come-from-behind wins, more than any team in baseball. But it's the Red Sox looking to turn the trick for the second straight night in the American League Championship Series. Dave Roberts right in the middle of it, but the inning started with the David Ortiz home run. Millar took the walk. Roberts down to third on that single moments ago by Trot Nixon. And now all the Red Sox need is a fly ball of decent depth. And it doesn't have to be very deep at all with the speedy Roberts there. And they will tie up this game. Mariano Rivera. He's been automatic against everybody except the Boston Red Sox. Here's a look at his troubles this year.
Bill Miller, a hero a night ago, a hero earlier in the year. Johnny Damon on September the 17th. There's a base hit. Catch the ball, he says. That didn't happen. And then here he was again last night. Bill Miller right back up the middle. Dave Roberts touching home plate as he's trying to do again. Same situation last night for Mariano Rivera, but only with 1 out. After the error by Tony Clark on the ball hit by Johnny Damon, he was able to get the strikeout from Cabrera. He walked Manny Ramirez, but remember in the 9th inning, he got Ortiz to pop up and get out of a situation a lot like this one.
The Red Sox with a lot of confidence. It sounds odd to say, but they have confidence against Rivera. They had 53 saves during the season and a 1.94 ERA. Arguably the greatest closer in the history of baseball. And nobody argues the best playoff closer the game has ever known. And we did see a sign in the stands, the Red Sox fans invoking the memory not of two baseball teams that came from 3-0 down to win a series, because that's never been done. Although they believe with all of their Red Sox Nation hearts here. But it has happened twice in the National Hockey League. In 1942 and again in 1975, the last time by the Islanders, coming from 3-0 down.
How excited do you think Curt Schilling's getting about right now, thinking about his possible start in Game 6 tomorrow night back in New York? But first, they've got to get there.
Well, Jason Varitek can get them closer to the Bronx. Right now, the Yankees leading 4-3. He's back to batting left-handed. And he takes up and away ball one. Remember, he batted right-handed against the right-hander Mussina. Well, Mike Mussina was in there for 6+ innings.
You gotta be smart. You gotta be smart. You gotta remember as a hitter that the pitcher is the one in trouble, not you.
Middle infield is back a little bit, but all it takes is a fly ball here, and the Red Sox tie it. Swinging a high fly center field. That's certainly deep enough. Williams underneath. Roberts back to tag. Here he comes. Boston has tied it. Last night, the Red Sox waited around until the 9th to tie it at 4. Tonight, they do it in the 8th. And Rivera gives up the flyout. And we're all even 4-4.
Look at the patience. Look at the pitch he got to hit. Out over the plate. Elevated. You stay out of the ground ball double play. Plenty of depth on that fly ball to get Roberts in. I think you could fly out the shortstop and he would have scored.
Bill Miller loops that foul out of play. A home run, a walk, a single, a sacrifice fly, and a brand new Game 5. Varitek with his second RBI, also the bases loaded walk in the first inning.
Might manage a little bit right now. You gotta be thinking about hit and run. You got a contact guy at home plate. You got a guy on the mound that throws a lot of strikes. It's just a matter of picking the proper pitch.
Bounding ball first base. Clark waits on it. Taps the bag for out number 2. Kapler is in the second. So there's the go-ahead run here in the bottom of the 8th for the Red Sox. And what a situation for Mark Bellhorn to step into. Maligned throughout the series because he's just been dreadful at the bat. He has 2 hits and 8 strikeouts in the first 5 games. And yet tonight, 3 times he's hit it right on the button, including a double in the 7th inning. He could go from GOAT to tonight's hero with 1 swing. Ball 1.
Been a big difference in Bellhorn's evening, and the success that he's had is that he has taken those swings and strikes. A-Rod did not do that after Jeter sacrificed the runner to third base. He pretty much got himself out.
Got a piece. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I think it's easier to get a piece of Mariano Rivera right now than maybe at any time ever. He threw 40 pitches in the game last night. I mean, that wasn't even 24 hours ago. Good pitch to take a swing at. Not able to make contact. Look for another good one.
Got that one by him. Foul tip to the catcher's mitt for a strike. That's a question for tomorrow as well. But if the Red Sox wind up winning this game and Rivera winds up pitching 2 full innings, and Torrey didn't want to do that, will he be available for a Game 6 at Yankee Stadium?
I don't know. And will Keith Folk be available? Who knows?
The 1-2. Pop back out of play.
I don't know if any of them will be any more fatigued though than the 2 catchers are tonight. They're out there. You got to figure they would be. But this was the one thing. I mean, Joe Torre was right. Mariano Rivera did not start the inning, but he came in with nobody out in the 8th.
But he was thinking more like pick up an out in the 8th and work the ninth, not get 6 outs. The Red Sox really forced his hand. Another 1-2 pitch to Bellhorn. 2-2. Gabe Kapler at second. If he scores, the Red Sox lead for the first time since the 6th inning. All tied 4-4. Swing and a miss. He strikes out. But in the inning, the Red Sox rallied and scored twice and tied things up. Ortiz with yet another postseason homer.
Great plays, a lot of big pitches, but a lot of missed opportunities as well. And tonight it was Joe Torre's turn. We go back to the 6th inning here. Take a look at the play on the part of Trot Nixon. His defense was really the reason Pedro Martinez did not get beat up worse. And then in that situation there, Joe Torre decided to go with the sacrifice for Derek Jeter, setting up a man at third base and only 1 out for A-Rod. He did not get it done. Matsui again hit the ball hard, but no run, tie ball game.
So on to the 9th inning we go in a 4-4 tie. You expect nothing less between the Sox and the Yankees. Freddie Williams lunging after it, pops it up, and Doug Mankiewicz just into the game at first base makes the catch in foul ground for the first out. Posada to hit next. We are on our way to our 3rd consecutive 4 hours plus ball game.
All of a sudden now the Boston Red Sox turn into a pretty good defensive team. A lot of unearned runs the first half of the year. They get a lot better with Kapler. Of course, Trot Nixon is outstanding, but you got Mankiewicz at first. You take a look at Cabrera, who's been the shortstop. They're pretty solid all the way around now.
Here's Posada. He's gone 2 for 4 tonight with a run scored. Doug Mankiewicz acquired in a trade from the Minnesota Twins. He's a Gold Glover over there at first base.
Yeah, and all the hype about Mankiewicz and Cabrera, the deal. How about the little deal for Dave Roberts? How big is that right now?
It is paying off in this series for the Boston Red Sox. He has scored 2 giant runs in back-to-back nights.
And he ran when he had to, and he didn't run when he didn't have to. Perfect both times.
So this one into the hands of the closers. Popped up again, and again it's Mankiewicz. Fair territory this time for the grab. 2 down. Due up for the Red Sox going to the bottom of the 9th. It'll be Johnny Damon, Orlando Cabrera, and Manny Ramirez. The Red Sox 4, the Yankees 4. 9th inning of Game 5. The Yankees ahead 3-1 in the series. Not many thought this series was going to go back to the Bronx. It may not, but the Red Sox are still kicking. A strike to Sierra.
All of the problems Boston's had in the past with their closer. At one time it was Derek Lowe, young Kim at one time. Who gets Urbina? There's no problem with that position now. This man has just had another remarkable year.
2 balls and a strike on Sierra. No Red Sox pitcher has retired him tonight. He has 3 hits, all singles. He's also walked and scored a run. Outside, just a tad, 3-1. Nobody on base for the Yankees with 2 down, 9th inning. But Tony Clark waiting his turn. Ball 4. The Yankees have a base runner. And if he scores, they retake the lead. So Sierra's night of perfection continues as he reaches for the 5th time.
I see now what Terry Francona meant when he said that he hadn't slept since spring training. He's had a lot of tough decisions to make. First of all, to get Boston into the playoffs, and now to keep them there.
Well outside on Clark. Tony Clark tonight is 0 for 4, but he can be a very dangerous hitter. If you groove one, he can hit at 450 feet. Not a lot of hits in the postseason, just batting 154.
Not a lot of hits off of Keith Folk, only 1 for 9. But that one was in that spot, Dave, you were talking about. It went out of the ballpark.
Right on the black edge of the plate to make it 1-1.
Generous.
Yes.
But consistent. No problem with that. Since the bottom of the 1st inning, both sides have gotten those calls. Mike Mussina, things were a little bit tight.
Another one right there. 1-2.
Think he's been looking change up this whole at bat.
Now Folk is looking strikeout.
I would check Sierra though. He didn't run like he used to, but he could still run. We saw that on the infield single that he legged out.
Yeah, that was in the 7th inning, flying up that line.
They can shorten up. Make sure that he's aware that you know he's there. That's all. That's all it takes. Now completely turn all your focus to the hitter. You want to go with the high fastball? Always an area that you can get Tony Clark out in, but you got to have enough gas to get it by him. How does Keith Folk's arm feel?
Fly ball hooked to the corner, down to the pesky pole. That is a fair ball. And up into the crowd. It'll be an automatic double. And Ruben Sierra has to stop at 3rd base. The Yankees can't score on that because it bounced up into the crowd. And a very lucky hop for the Boston Red Sox.
They catch a huge break here because Sierra had a good jump. There was no question that the aggressiveness of Luis Sujo at 3rd base, he was going to send him here. Try to get the fastball by him. He just didn't have enough to get it there. Now watch what happens. The ball takes one hop and then it cuts into the stands, touched by a fan, up into the crowd. Automatic ground rule double. Sierra back to 3rd base. 2 outs, 2 men on. How much more excitement do you want?
On an automatic double like that, the runner who's at 1st base can only advance 2 bases. That's the rule, and it saves the Red Sox, at least for now. Ball 1 to Cairo. Now the Yankees tonight have not been good with men in scoring position, so Francona's been fortunate there. Just 1 for 9 in these spots.
Cairo's got to know this should be a good pitch to hit. No way Keith Falk wants to load the bases and have to deal with Derek Jeter.
Popped up. Is it playable? Minkevich getting another chance. He's there with room. He's got it. Keith Falk the last couple of nights. 4 1/3 scoreless innings. He gets Cairo to pop up. The Yankees strand runners at second and third. Now it's on to the bottom of the ninth. Boston trying to win it at Fenway. Bottom of the ninth inning at Fenway, but while you were away, some great theater unfolding here at Fenway Park. Wakefield, Lowe, and Schilling, the starters, marching from the dugout across right field into the bullpen, and the fans here at Fenway went ballistic for them.
Well, they knew collectively there was about 600 innings pitched among those three guys this year, but even they know how important this is, and whatever it is they can possibly do, they are willing to do that for these Boston Red Sox fans.
Schilling, bad ankle and all. He's scheduled to start Game 6 if it goes that far. Here's Johnny Damon, bottom of the ninth inning, tied at 4. And here we go. Johnny tonight is 0 for 4. One ball and 2 strikes, and just far too many swings like that throughout the series for the Red Sox leadoff man. He's 1 for 22.
0 for 5 last night. The only time he was able to do anything, he got on base in the 11th inning with a walk and immediately stole second. But you cannot steal first.
Broken bat, shattered. It's up the middle. Backhanded by Cairo, and he won't get it. It's a base hit for Damon. The leadoff man is on.
It went down a hero, is what's said in the dugout when you break a bat and you get a base hit with it. It's on. There it is. He's off and running. Now some decisions to make. You got to make it happen if you're Terry Francona right now. You have to. Keith Falk is done. You don't want to use Schilling. You don't want to use Wakefield. You don't want to use Derek Lowe. You want to end it right now.
Cabrera, 2 hits and a walk tonight. A-Rod ready to charge at third on a bunt. Bottom of the ninth, Yankees 4, Red Sox 4. The runner goes, the pitch high. Posada's throw the tag. He's out. Damon is out at second. Posada cuts him down. Jorge Posada comes up with a bullet toss to nail Damon.
When I saw Damon take off, I was thinking hit and run, but this is just a straight steal here. It's a good pitch to handle for Posada, and you can see Cabrera, he squared around as if to bunt, but then he got completely out of the way, which left a wide open shot for Posada to make the perfect throw. Oh my.
Oh, so close. Looked like the right call too.
Oh, I can't believe he didn't take a swing. It had to be the hit and run. Or the sacrifice.
2-1 on Cabrera.
You see who's coming up next. You got Manny and Ortiz. You got to have somebody at least on second base for those two guys. Then you put pressure on the opposing team. That's not Dave Roberts. That was Johnny Damon. His speed has gone down every year.
Ground ball, hard hit, but Jeter gobbles it. 2 down. 4-4 in the ninth. But a bottom of the ninth that started with a single from Damon. He's gone. Cabrera's gone. And here comes Manny. Manny Ramirez tonight 2 for 4 with a pair of singles.
Right along with trying to understand why that was just a straight steal. You got to tip your hat to Jorge Posada.
Sure do.
What a throw.
A tremendous throw. And remember, he took that foul tip earlier tonight. This is a cold night in Boston. Off of his throwing hand. He's come back from that to put one right on the bag in the 9th inning.
And he put one right over the mound in the 6th inning for that infield hit that started the scoring.
There's a little cut on that knuckle. Well, Manny Ramirez with no homers in the series. Only one extra base hit, and that's Bronson Arroyo, the Game 3 starter, who was knocked out quickly by the Yankees. That was the start of that wild, raucous night, which the Yankees scored 19 runs. Manny could not hold up. He went around. No, he did not, according to Joe West. What a break there for Ramirez. Torrey can't believe it, and I can't either.
Watch the bat. That's not a swing.
He had every intention to swing.
Wow.
So the Red Sox, they catch another break.
Huge difference between a 1-1 count and a 2-0 count that Joe West just handed Manny Ramirez.
Swinging a drive center field, but there's Bernie Williams to make the catch, and the side is retired. And for the 2nd straight game, we are about to go to extra innings. The Yankees will have the top of the order coming up as we go to the 10th at Fenway. Posada with a tremendous play, gunning down Damon. The Red Sox head back to their bullpen, and Bronson Arroyo, the starter in Game 3, a former relief pitcher turned starter. In fact, had 3 relief appearances during the season. We're going on to the 10th inning. The Yankees and the Red Sox locked up in a 4-4 death struggle. Now, Game 6 scheduled to play tomorrow with Curt Schilling on the mound for the Boston Red Sox, ready to make a dramatic return as Heredia, the left-hander, warms in Joe Torre's bullpen. But they are predicting rain all day in New York City. And remember, this game is a makeup game, rescheduled because of a rain out in the series.
I know there's a couple of closers that could use another rain out. Look at whose hands this ball game has been handed to. You got Bronson Arroyo, you got Heredia up in the bullpen. Not what either manager had envisioned.
In Game 3 here at Fenway Park, the Yankees tore the cover off the ball against Arroyo and company. A historic night, peppering the Green Monster to the tune of 19 runs and 22 hits. Jeter lets it go in for a strike. It's 0-2. Arroyo lasted just 2+ innings in Game 3.
Let's see if he can handle that adrenaline right now. He's got the count where he wants it. He'd like to get this breaking ball on the outer half of the plate or beyond.
Jeter knocks it foul into the stands.
He should have knocked that into the stands all right, but I'm talking about the stands above the Green Monster. Watch him overthrow this breaking ball, and look where it ends up. I mean, that's just learning to handle the moment. This kid has made some major strides. He was terrific down the stretch, but he was not terrific in Game 3, nor was that a real good pitch.
Jeter leading off the 10th, down 2 strikes. The Yankee captain came up with the hit of the night, at least through the 6th inning. With the bases loaded, He drilled Pedro Martinez for a double and 3 RBIs. That put the Yankees in front 4-2. Boston fought back to tie it with 2 in the bottom of the 8th inning. And here we are in extra innings again. Popped him up. Cabrera backpedals. He has it. 1 out. Now, the last time Alex Rodriguez faced Bronson Arroyo, Rick, he treated him very rudely.
Yeah, he doubled in the first inning, driving in Derek Jeter, and then in the 3rd inning, he led off. And wow, did he lead off, teeing off on that off-speed pitch from Arroyo. That tied the ball game, and they just exploded from that point on against a 27-year-old right-hander.
0-1 on Alex Rodriguez. He is 0 for 2 tonight. You see, he has pretty much owned Arroyo. 2 homers, 2 doubles.
Well, they saw a lot of improvement, too, from Arroyo down the stretch. In his last 9 starts, he was 5-0.
Outside.
It's kind of been a good luck charm for him, too. He started the game against Tampa Bay, in which they clinched a wild card, and then he started and won the division final game against the Anaheim Angels, bringing on the Yankees.
That's over but low, underneath the knees. The Yankees have out-hit the Red Sox tonight 10-9. New York has committed the only error. The count evens 2-2. Sheffield on deck. And what's happened to Gary Sheffield over the last couple of games? His bat has disappeared hitless over the last 2 contests.
It still scares you.
Oh boy, does it.
I feel like he's
his
gonna
opponent
hit the ball hard every time he comes up. But Terry Francona can't worry about him until he takes care of this guy. Most of the time with a young pitcher, he shakes off more than once. He's going to something off speed.
If A-Rod is guessing along, and it is outside.
Easy to guess like that. Guys getting that trap.
We have just gone by the 4-hour mark for the 3rd consecutive game. 4:20. 5:02, and now just after the 4-hour mark here in the 5th game of the series. Swing and a miss. He got him. Rodriguez strikes out. Arroyo wins this battle. 2 down in the 10th.
He just came right at him. I mean, this is all he could get on a fastball, 90 miles an hour. Forget the breaking ball. I don't have the feel for it right now, but I'm feeling pretty good about myself after this. That's 2/3 of the equation. Like Meatloaf said, 2 out of 3 ain't bad, but it's not any good in this game unless you get this guy.
Sheffield takes strike 1. Gary tonight has struck out looking, hit into a double play, and walked 3 times. The Red Sox bullpen is getting it done. Pedro Martinez was chased off the hill after 6 innings, allowing 4 runs. The Red Sox bullpen has not allowed a run since then in 3 2/3. Breaking ball a little high, apparently. 36 home runs for the dangerous Sheffield during the season. He pokes that one foul.
Varitek trying to take over here. Come on, kid, you got lucky there. Let's make a pitch now and get this thing over with. Just a little bit out in front of it. as was Derek Jeter on the same kind of pitch.
So does he come back with an off-speed pitch again on Sheffield?
I don't. I come back with a good fastball.
Inside, 3-2. Francona wants to know where that one missed.
I think it came around the plate. I think it was a good call. Tried to front door it is what they call it on the inside corner. See how he picks it up.
Two down. Swing and a miss with a changeup. He struck him out. The Red Sox bullpen has been brilliant. The last couple of nights allowing just 1 run in 10 2/3 innings. David Ortiz will lead off when we go to the bottom of the 10th. The star last night. After dinner hours here in Boston, but look who's coming to dinner. David Ortiz last night with a game-winning home run. Actually early this morning at 1:22 a.m. in the 12th inning. He won it with a walk-off shot to right. In this game tonight, he is 2 for 4. He has homered again. And he has scored 2 times. He'll be battling the left-hander Felix Heredia, who makes his first appearance in the series here in the 5th game.
Look at all the walks. That's been the problem.
Ball 1. Ortiz, nicknamed Pappy by his Red Sox teammates who adore him. Grounds that one foul off his foot. So last night in the wee hours, Ortiz at the bat.
Really not that bad of a pitch. Paul Quantrill, fastball in. Look at the glove, it really never moved. But wow, did the baseball move.
Right now, he is the only player to hit 2 walk-off home runs in the same playoff year in Major League history. If he hits one out tonight, it's going to be 2 on the same day.
That's right.
Went for it. He sure did. Came out of his shoes while the crowd was chanting, "Who's your Pappy?"
A little bit behind that good fastball away. The ball get through the zone before he got there.
Check swing on a pitch in the dirt, and he went, according to Jeff Nelson. And Ortiz is hopping mad. I'm not so sure about that check swing.
Well, he was completely fooled. I do know that. Instead of the fastball, he tried to cheat to get to it. Heredia came with the breaking ball. That's right there on that line. To me, that is a swing.
The question should be for the umpires, and they were directed in this area before the season started. Was he committed to the swing? It's not so much where the bat goes around the plate. It's was he committed to a swing? And that was really close. But Ortiz strikes out, 1 away in the 10th. And now the little used Doug Minkiewicz. He takes one inside at the elbow. Minkiewicz, an old-fashioned kind of hitter. He goes without the batting gloves, despite the fact the temperatures have gotten really chilly here. Where's the high sock look?
And I think he's responsible for one of the best quotes I've ever heard from a current baseball player. He hit .414 for the Olympic team a few years ago. But he was quoted as saying, "No one's ever going to remember what I hit. They're going to remember that we won." And I think when he put this uniform on and Cabrera put it on and Dave Roberts put it on, they became a we.
Inside again as he bends away from it, and the count goes to 3-0 on Minkiewicz.
I got to take 2. You saw the numbers on her rating. He doesn't give up many hits, but he will walk a lot of people. Can he throw 3 strikes before he throws 1 ball? I think even Joe Torre might bet against that.
Taking all the way, it is 3-1 now.
You're going to get exactly the same pitch here. I mean, you just lock in. You're going to check the baseball. Oh, we're going to tuck a pocket in somewhere. You lock in. You think right now, fastball, middle in. A little bit up. If it's anything but, you let it go. Trying to throw the fastball away.
Swinging a high fly foul on a play. And it's all filled up now. 3-2 on Minkiewicz.
A pitch that could have been driven. But was it ball 4? Look at the glove. Look at where it goes. No question. There should be a man on first base right now. Everybody wants to be the hero. But you got to get a pitch to do it with.
Slicer foul back out of play. The man at third base for the New York Yankees and the man at home plate for the Boston Red Sox are very, very good friends. They grew up in Miami together, not only playing baseball for a powerhouse baseball team, Westminster High, but also playing high school football. Doug Minkiewicz was the primary receiver for A-Rod, who is a talented quarterback. Swing and another foul ball off to the right.
Watching how effortlessly Alex Rodriguez does everything. Don't you figure he could have played in the NFL? He could have played in the NBA.
Anything he wanted. He reminds me of Dave Winfield in that regard.
Yeah, great call there. Winfield drafted in all 3 of those sports.
Bases clean, 1 out. Another one spoiled by Minkiewicz. Still 3-2. We're tied up 4-4. Do or die for Boston again. They have to win to extend the series and force it back to the Bronx tomorrow night for Game 6. Line shot lifted to right. Sheffield can't get it, and it bounces by him into the stands for a double. Man, did that line drive ever take off? And Sheffield kind of misplayed it out there in right.
He didn't get a great jump, did he? That is the toughest play. We've talked about it for an outfielder. The ball that is hit right at you. That ball was hit at him, and it was hit hard. Finally getting that pitch he was looking for. Elevated it. You see Tony Clark guarding the line. There's Sheffield, not able to get there. Joe Torre once again has to go to the mound and make a move.
The radio is finished. He gives up an absolutely tattooed double to Minkiewicz. Quantrill's coming on when we return. The veteran Paul Quantrill coming out of the bullpen for Joe Torre. He's the man that gave up the home run to Ortiz last night in the 12th inning. He also allowed a single to Manny Ramirez before that. Now he'll be facing Gabe Kapler, with Doug Minkiewicz having just torn into a double. He's at second, only 1 man out in a 4-4 tie in the bottom of the 10th. And a couple of Red Sox who have barely appeared in this series could decide Game 5 in Kapler and Minkiewicz. He takes wide for ball 1.
That's a great point, Dave. Joe Torre has yet to go to his bench. He's gone to his bullpen a lot. But when Terry Francona went to his bench for Dave Roberts, he got a stolen base and a run. When he went to Minkiewicz, he got a double. So why not go there again?
Minkiewicz back to second. Doug Minkiewicz with perhaps the longest name in Red Sox history. Longer even than Yastrzemski. Well, he has 180 feet to come to get the Red Sox a victory.
Greg Minkiewicz is one of the main reasons I was afraid to get into broadcasting. I didn't think I'd ever be able to figure out how to pronounce it.
One man out and a 2-0 pitch. Ground ball in the middle to his right. Cairo, 2 down. Minkiewicz moves up 90 feet.
Oh, here's their guy. The heart and soul to a man, the Boston Red Sox will tell you, for their team is at home plate right now.
Jason Varitek has 2 RBIs in the game. And good numbers against Quantrill. First base is open. And Bill Miller, the defending American League batting champ, next though.
Good numbers as well, but just not as many for Bill Miller. Against Paul Quantrill, 2 for 4. Posada to me would just be out there telling him, hey, look, you know, you've got room. You do not have to give in at any point in this at bat.
So the Red Sox have what would be the winning run in Game 5 at third base. And Varitek at the bat with 2 out in the bottom of the 10th.
You're at third base, you have to anticipate a wild pitch here.
1-0.
And what I mean is, as the ball comes out of the pitcher's hand, you know the angle that it should have to go to the strike zone. If it goes below that as he releases it, you got to be leaning in the direction of home. If it skips away, you go.
Two 2-0. So it has moved into a hitter's count for Varitek.
So much pressure on the defense. The catcher to keep the ball in front of him. The infielders to come up with it cleanly. The outfielders to get a good jump.
He let it go through for a strike. 2-1.
Good pitch. Good off-speed pitch right at the knees. Varitek fooled, but also knowing that Quantrill's got to make 2 more of those to get him out.
Popped up. Jeter in fair ground clinches it, and we play on. Varitek can't deliver with the winning run at third. We continue to play on to the 11th in a 4-4 tie. Well, we're playing the 5th game of the American League Championship Series. No resolution yet. On to the 11th in a 4-4 tie, and they are underway in the National League Championship Series. Also Game 5, the series between the Houston Astros and St. Louis Cardinals, tied up 2-2. So pivotal game there, and it's 0-0 in the bottom of the third. Carlos Beltran has not homered yet, but he's hit 8 of them in postseason play this year.
Tying Barry Bonds, and Houston's hoping that they have a lot more postseason games to come.
Mike Myers, the side-arming left-hander, gets to face Hideki Matsui, which has not been a lot of fun for the Red Sox staff in this series. He is 1 for 5 tonight with a single.
Nor for Myers. In Game 3, Matsui hit a home run off of him in the 9th inning. Myers came on in a game last night to face Matsui. He immediately walked him. Terry Francona walked back to the mound, brought in Curtis Laskanik. That was the end of the night for Myers.
Remember me, Mike Messina? I pitched in this game. Pitched very well for 6+ innings. He will have no decision. He last appeared in the game a long time ago. Count 0-2 on Matsui. The Sox bullpen has been spectacular 2 nights running. It has kept them in the series.
Myers has been around a long time, and he's kind of gotten himself into a pattern with that 0-2 pitch. That high fastball there we've seen a lot, and then he usually tries to follow it up with a breaking ball off the plate to get you to chase it. Look, breaking ball for your Matsui. If it starts out at you, should be a pitch you could hit.
Struck him out.
One of the few times that we have not seen the discipline from Hideki. It did not start out at him. It started out over the plate, which means it's going to move off the plate. And he pretty much just got himself out there.
Yeah, the Boston pen, a combination of Arroyo and Myers, striking out the last 3 Yankee hitters over 2 innings. A-Rod, Sheffield, and now Matsui. Embry gets the call now to face Bernie Williams. Cheers for Myers, and we're back in a moment. Both closers have come and gone in this one. Alan Embry's turn now. The hard-throwing lefty, and he can get it up there around 97 miles an hour. Bernie Williams, he will face here with 1 man out, and the bases clean in the 11th, and a 4-4 tie. Leskanic was big last night. He waits his turn in the bullpen. Chopped along third and foul for a strike. The last 2 nights we just mentioned this, the Red Sox bullpen has been so good. This is how good. Just 1 run and 8 strikeouts in 11 innings, Rick.
And it's been a collective effort. Headed up, though, by their closer, Keith Falk, who has just been overextended and yet continues to perform at a high level.
There have been all sorts of Houdini escape backs with all those hits they've allowed, but they've done the job. Fly ball toward right center. Here comes Kepler, and he has to pull up and play it on a bounce. It drops in for a single. A 1-out hit for Bernie Williams, his second hit. He also homered way back in the second inning off of Pedro Martinez.
Not a whole lot of difference in the batting averages for Bernie Williams or Jorge Posada, the switch hitters from either side, but a huge difference in the power numbers. Fewer at bats from the right side because there are more right-handed pitchers in the league, but these guys homer more often from the right side of the plate. Posada in just 142 at bats hitting right-handed with 8 homers, over 300 at bats from the left side, just 13.
Posada, who has caught about 21 innings worth of baseball in this series. And consecutive, he fouls that one off to the right. I should say hours, 21 hours. And he has caught every single inning since game 1 on.
One of the biggest problems the Yankees had early in the year was grounding into double plays. And the guy at the top of that list is the guy at home plate right now, 24 times.
Williams with a tiny lead, 1 out. 0-2. The Yankees with a kind of a lineup that can really test an opposing manager. Posada is the 4th straight switch hitter in a row. Sierra and Clark after him. Swing and a miss, and he strikes him out. Out number 2.
Remember, he hasn't thrown a ball yet. 5 pitches, 5 strikes. Good morning, good afternoon, and a good little cut fastball down and in for good night to Jorge Posada in this at bat.
The last 4 Yankee outs recorded have been on strikeouts from the Sox bullpen. Ruben Sierra, 3 out of 12 with a homer against Embry. He hasn't made it out in the game. 3 hits, 2 walks. for Sierra. Williams at first base after his single. Yankees 4, Red Sox 4, extra innings again in the 11th. One ball, one strike the count.
Sierra had a base hit off of Alan Embry last night in the 10th inning with 2 outs and nobody on. Was not able to score.
I mean, it's all deja vu. The score in the 11th inning last night was 4-4. You may be waking up somewhere around the world thinking this is the same game. That last night never ended. But it did. The Red Sox won that game in 12, 6-4. They rallied in this one to tie it in the 8th inning and force extra innings here in Game 5. He struck out Sierra. They finally get him. 3 strikeouts in the inning. A tour de force performance from the Red Sox bullpen. To the last half of the 11th we go. 4-4 our score. Last half of the 11th inning coming away in a 4-4 tie. That man has done that a lot. Swatting. Jorge Posada. Look at all the pitches he's caught over the last 3 games. It totals 562. There's 563 in for a strike.
Well, right along with him catching all those pitches, somebody had to throw them.
But he's one guy catching them all. And a bunch of Yankee pitchers have offered him up. The 0-1. Popped up right field. Going to be a tough play. Here comes Sheffield. Long run out, but it falls in. Over the glove of Cairo. Back to first. And he dives in. Miller is safe with a single. Almost got caught taking a big turn. And you wonder if he's shaken up a bit. He hit the deck pretty hard. He's looking at that hand. And he's going to need a little help here from Francona to see if he's okay.
Oh, you don't come out of a game like this. The ball that could have been caught. Difficult play when you're going away from the infield. You know the outfielder's closing in on you. But Miguel Cairo was the only one that could have gotten to that ball. Whoops.
Jam that left hand out into the bag. But safely into first with nobody out in the 11th. Here's Bellhorn.
He's going to bunt, but you got to get a pitch you can handle. Again, the pitcher is the man that's in trouble. I didn't do a lot of hitting at the big league level, but I did a lot of bunting. And you know that regardless of whether it's a strike or not, you got to be able to handle the pitch. Commit yourself, get the bat out over the plate, basically catch the baseball with the bat, and get it going in the direction of the first baseman. That's terrible.
Popped it back out of play. He only bunted once successfully for sacrifice all season.
Anybody at the big league level, unless you drive in 100 runs every year, needs to learn how to bunt. Look at what happens right here. Look at how he drops the bat head, does not catch the baseball on the top part of it, and he's very fortunate that he did not make an out.
Bill Miller first base with nobody out. The Red Sox an inning ago in the 10th inning had a 1-out double from Minkiewicz, but they wasted that opportunity. He was stranded at third. They could have won it then. Quantrill got Varitek to pop up to end it. He gets this one foul again, and it's 0-2.
You got to take the bunt off. He's got no chance getting it down. Watch him stab at it. Watch him push at it. You get the bat out there over the plate, over the outer half of the plate, and as the baseball comes into the strike zone, you just catch the baseball with the bat. Now you got to let him swing. Now you got to hope if you're Francona, he doesn't hit it on the ground at somebody.
Bellhorn just 2 hits in the series. He's 2 for 18. And he struck out 9 times. So half of his at-bats have resulted in a whiff.
You've got great numbers coming up. Johnny Damon against Quantrill, 389. Cabrera, even better than that at 615. Or you'd like to get a man to second base.
Line shot and a base hit to right. How about that? Into second, Miller. Mark Bellhorn could not get the bunt down to save his life. But on 2 strikes, he tears into a base hit. Maybe this miracle effort by the Red Sox is going to happen after all.
I think you got a tired man on the mound. Quantrill has pitched in the last 2 games. He threw 27 pitches in game 3. He came on and got the loss last night in game 4. And he's heading in the direction right now of getting the loss here in game 5. He's just simply fatigued. There was nothing on that last pitch, and Bellhorn jumped all over it.
Now Damon does not have a sacrifice bunt the entire series, and indeed the entire season. And that's the leadoff man. That's pretty extraordinary. He is 1 for 5 with an infield single, showing bunt. He pops it up. The catch made by the catcher, and no one can move up. Boy, the Red Sox in a clinic on how not to bunt at the big league level.
That's where that discipline comes into play. They have to be better at that. This time of year in particular, you see Derek Jeter get the job done. You've seen other people get down bunts when they have to. We might have an injured arm.
Yeah, it would be Quantrill, but a pop up by Damon and an easy play for Posada. Now the attention turns to the mound and the training staff is out. A medical visit here.
That's the one thing, Joe Torre. I played for him. I've been on opposing teams that he managed. The last thing in the world he wants to do in baseball is injure one of his players. He's looking right now into the eyes of Paul Quantrill, wanting to get into the heart and soul to make sure he tells him the truth. Young man, if you don't feel 100%, I do not want you to continue throwing the baseball.
And he's coming out. Loaiza throwing in the bullpen. And Esteban Loaiza, Yankee starter, who has turned in some yeoman work out of the bullpen already in the series, comes on now with runners at first and second and 1 out in the 11th in a tie game. Let's see if we can pick up, Rick Sutcliffe, the injury to Paul Quantrill that got him out of this game.
I think you have to hope that it's his ankle here. Watch him charge the bunt. All right, now he tries to hold up, but look in this area right here at his right ankle. Watch what happens and how he just limps off there. Excuse me, the left ankle. See how he kind of favors that? Look how he's trying to straighten up. He looks back to see what happened to the dirt below him, but you would much rather have a guy have a sore ankle than it be something to do with his right arm.
Again, look at that left ankle as he came in under Posada, who caught the popped up bunt. A little twist there. Here's Orlando Cabrera now. Red Sox trying to win it with 1 out in the 11th inning. And runners at first and second. They have been awful trying to get down simple sacrifice bunts. Damon just made the first out of the inning on his attempt. Bellhorn wound up with a single after 2 failed bunt attempts of his own. Despite the mistakes, Boston can win the game right here. One ball and 1 strike.
Where are you going there, partner?
I went after it.
I saw that. I can get you a baseball.
I don't have your reach, brother.
Don't be getting hurt here on me now. We're going extra innings. I've got to have my closer with me.
Apparently we're going extra innings every night. And it is entertaining stuff. The Yankees and the Red Sox. Game 5, 11th inning, tied 4-4.
That'll be exciting for these two guys. Cabrera coming over from Montreal. Loaiza coming over at the deadline from the Chicago White Sox. They didn't expect to be in the postseason.
Too high with a fastball. Loaiza trying to keep the Red Sox at bay here and get it to the 12th inning again for the second straight game. Bill Miller is the runner at second. He scores and the Sox win again. Jeter gets in front, throws to second, one out on the first, quick turn, dug out there by Clark for the double play. The Yankees turn a beautiful twin killing to end the Boston threat. And the Red Sox are just 1 for 12 with men in scoring position. Double play by the Yankees up the middle. Still tied 4-4. Cabrera had a chance to win it. Instead, he hits into a double play, but beautifully turned.
Absolutely. Jeter with a tough hop comes up with it, the perfect throw, and then Tony Clark scoops it out of the dirt, completing that double play. What a job by Loaiza. Kind of reminds you of the job that Javier Vasquez did in Game 3 when Kevin Brown struggled. He came on in the third inning, held on, picked up the victory there. Loaiza trying to do it again. And guess what? He's back out there again. Tim Wakefield on the mound.
Tim Wakefield, the knuckleball specialist, to take on Tony Clark, Miguel Cairo, and Derek Jeter. As we move on to the 12th inning, 4-4 our score.
I can't help but think, though, if Damon gets the bunt down and you have men on second and third, you have to bring the infield in. Could Jeter have gotten to that ball? We'll never know.
The Red Sox like to kind of poke fun at themselves and say, we play like idiots. Sometimes their uniforms don't seem to match. The hair's too long. The beards are all grown out, rather unkempt. But sometimes the Red Sox make mistakes that other clubs do not make at this level. Long run for Miller, sliding toward the dugout. He actually goes inside the Yankee dugout as it's on a play. 0-2 on Clark.
Really the best way to stop is just to go down. The water cooler there, and I like that. I like the fact that the Yankees would hold him up right there instead of letting him come on in and possibly getting hurt.
Cut on a miss for strike 3. Clark fans for the third time tonight, one away in the 12th. Wakefield has been on the mound in a critical situation against the Yankees before. Game 7, American League Championship Series last year. An absolute bedlam in the Bronx. Aaron Boone, the hero, won the game in inning 11 with that walk-off homer. That sent the New York Yankees on to the World Series. Line shot, Manny pulls up, and it gets by him now. Cairo heading into second, and he'll reach on the slide. Ramirez misplayed it. He was very unsure on that line drive by Cairo.
I honestly thought he should have caught it. I thought if he gets a good jump, which Manny doesn't always do, he could have come on in and caught this baseball. He started to come in, then he hesitates. A little too late. And now the Yankees with a runner in scoring position. He could have caught that ball.
It'll be a single and an error. At times, Red Sox fans have laughed when they have seen Manny Ramirez misplay a ball in the outfield, drop a routine fly ball, or mess one up out there. I don't think anyone's laughing now. Here's Jeter. Varitek couldn't find it for a moment. That happens a lot with a knuckleballer. You know, it's 52 degrees. The sun has long since retired here in New England. And so you've talked about how tough it is for a knuckleballer to get the ball to move the way he wants when it gets chilly. Normally, of course, he has Doug Mirabelli behind that plate. Line drive right field. Here comes Kepler. He's got it. A fine Racing in play by Gabe Kapler to hold Cairo at second base. 2 down.
Really tough to get a feel for that knuckleball in these conditions. A great jump by Kapler. Look at him come. There's a knuckleball there, and you can see the knuckleball is really not thrown with the knuckles. It's thrown with the fingertips, and it's pushed out. And when the baseball is cold like this and your hands are cold, like I said the other night, for Wakefield, it's like throwing a cue ball. Like you're playing billiards and you grab that thing off the table and try to make it move.
A-Rod with a go-ahead run at second. 2 down. Fly ball center field. Damon backing up. There. He's got it. The Red Sox survive the misplay of their superstar left fielder. 1 man left and 16 stranded tonight for the Yankees. And guess who? Manny Ramirez will bat when we lead off the bottom of the 12th in a moment. Manny Ramirez with a history of taking away defensively, but then coming up dramatically with the bat and giving the Red Sox big wins. Well, he's going to lead off the 12th inning of Game 5 of this American League Championship Series at Fenway. The Yankees 4, the Red Sox 4. Manny just made an error. In the end, it didn't cost them. 43 home runs during the season. And he takes ball 1.
Manny has no idea what gold looks like. But nobody knows more about silver than him. The gold gloves, that's not going to happen. Silver bats, he gets one about every year.
Well, you think he's adored in Boston now. If he hits one here. He was thinking that way too. 1 ball and 1 strike. Tonight he has singled twice, lined to center, hit into a double play, and flied out to center field. So he's 2 for 5. Only 1 extra base hit in the entire series. Ortiz is next. Loiza's 1-1, and it's popped up around the plate area. Down the line comes A-Rod, the third baseman, clinches it. No dramatics here for Manny Ramirez. 1 out. But on the topic of drama, the guy coming up to bat for the Red Sox, he's been Shakespeare. Last night, a huge home run to win it. He also had a game-winning home run earlier in the playoffs against the Angels right here at Fenway.
How about on the topic of MVPs? Manny Ramirez a candidate, Ortiz a candidate. If either one of those guys would have been Barry Bonds, you know he would have been intentionally passed. You want to know who the best player in baseball is? It's not even close. Still with Barry Bonds.
Loiza, a guy who will give up a home run. He allowed 32 between the White Sox and the Yankees. 1-1. Does Pappy Ortiz have another moment like the 2 he has already put his signature on? Does he have another one for Game 5? Well, he's now behind in the count. 1-2. Ortiz with precious little time, about 15-16 hours to enjoy his heroics of 1:22 a.m. today. That was the minute of the game winner. 2-2. Inside, right at the fists. And they will go all the way. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Schilling and Lowe still out there in the bullpen. Schilling looking antsy. Check swing, and it's outside for ball 4. The Red Sox with a man on in the 12th with one away.
Not many options left for either manager. Javier Vasquez, the only guy listed as possibly available in the bullpen for Joe Torre tonight. What that means to Esteban Loaiza, I don't know if you're going to win it. I don't know if you're going to lose it. But, son, you're going to complete it. One way or the other.
Well, the walk by Ortiz as he takes first base means the Red Sox, ever since they tied it, have had at least one man on in every inning. They tied it up in the 8th.
You know, it shocks me too. We've had the innings and hours and total pitches for both of these catchers in this series here at Fenway. I don't remember a pass ball. They have bared down and maintained that focus to keep from giving away a base.
A strike on Minkiewicz. He doubled in the 10th inning, but the Red Sox couldn't bring him in. He wound up at third and stranded there. Off the outside corner. You talked about Minkiewicz and his Olympic play in the 2000 games in Sydney when the United States won the gold medal in baseball.
Yeah.
During that Olympic service, he hit not one but 2 game-winning home runs. Ortiz is running. A strike. The throw is high. He tumbles in, but he's out. Cut down, and he thought he got in. Francona thinks so too. He races out to argue the call. Randy Marsh said he was tagged on the shoulder despite a very high throw by Posada. But the Yankees got him anyway.
The last thing I was looking for was for him to take off for a stolen base attempt. Posada gunned down Johnny Damon earlier, and I think Terry Francona may have an argument here.
Yeah, was that a phantom tag?
Happy looked like he got underneath the tag. It was a high throw. Jeter with great athleticism to go up and get it. Boy, he might have got it just on the back. One of the ugliest slides you're ever going to see.
But one of the prettiest leaping plays from Jeter. Getting that tag down if he did, but oh, did he? It's impossible to tell.
The one thing, though, that you can't argue about is that Randy Marsh, as usual, was in perfect position to try to get the call right. Look at where he's at. Look at where he's at right there. I mean, he's bearing down, he's getting in there, and then it's a judgment call from that point on. So close, but when you're in the right position, more times than not, you make the right call.
So 2 out now. The Red Sox have had a couple of men caught stealing since the 9th inning. Damon and now Ortiz. And the bases are clear. Here comes a 2-2 to Minkiewicz. Swing and a miss. He strikes out. And on we play. Well, we played 5 hours and 2 minutes last night. We're at 5:03 tonight. No resolution in sight. We are on to the 13th inning at Fenway. All tied at 4. Thirteenth inning coming up. Yankees and Red Sox locked up 4-4 each side with 12 hits. As we look at the clock, it's now 5 hours and 6 minutes in, which makes it the longest American League Championship Series game in history.
Congratulations, partner.
You were there to see it, my man.
Again.
Sheffield takes low for ball 1, and the 13th inning is underway. Now, the longest National League Championship Series game ever played was in 1999 between the New York Mets and the Atlanta Braves. That went 5 hours and 46 minutes. Did he check? Yes, he did. The crowd all over Joe West. These umpires tonight have been tested a lot on these check swings.
I think he got this one right. Let's take a closer look. It's always easier when you can slow it down.
Next pitch in there for a strike, 2-1.
Sheffield with great numbers career-wise. 7 for 19 off of Wakefield.
Does he take a swing? I don't know anybody who swings harder. 2-2.
He's been swinging a lot the last couple of nights. Hadn't run into one yet, but he's always capable.
0 for 3 in this game. He's walked 3 times. Leading off the 13th inning. The knuckler is down into the ground. Swing and a miss. He struck him out, but Varitek has to go all the way to the backstop, and Sheffield will be safe at first as that one got away from the Red Sox catcher. You see that a lot with knuckleballers on strikeouts. That's how it goes into the scorebook.
But what you don't see a lot of is Jason Varitek catching Tim Wakefield. That's normally Doug Mirabelli's job.
So it's a strikeout and a pass ball. You were talking, ironically enough, just an inning ago, Side, about how he hadn't seen one from either of these catchers all series.
It's got to be completely different, though, with this guy on the mound as opposed to anybody else. Nobody can predict what it's going to do.
And it is the risk you take having a knuckleballer late in a tie game on the mound, although several years ago when Jimmy Williams was the manager of the Red Sox, he actually used Wakefield as a closer for a season. Believe it or not. That took some courage. Here's Hideki Matsui. He has had quite a series, although pretty quiet tonight. Only 1 hit in 6 at-bats. But 12 hits in the series. 2 homers, 5 doubles, 10 RBIs for Matsui. 1-0. The New York Yankees have left 16 men on base in this game.
All the men they've had on base this year, particularly in front of Matsui. Remarkable for a guy that plays every day as he has again this year. Only hit into 11 ground ball double plays.
But for all these stranded base runners, how much more can the Red Sox count on the Yankees not to drive in a run? Sheffield, a very cagey base runner. He will steal you a base, but he picks his spots carefully. Well, a dancing butterfly knuckleball might be the time to do it. Not running here. Varitek able to stop that one. 2 balls, 1 strike.
It's got to be a great learning opportunity for Don Mattingly to be next to Joe Torre in situations like this.
Outside, that drifted off the corner, although Wakefield thought it caught some of the edge, and it's 3-1. Bernie Williams waiting next.
You almost feel that momentum starting to turn here. You just kind of sense that Joe Torre feels something.
Ground ball, Bellhorn with it, goes to second, got him, that's all. Sheffield retired. No double play here, but they do get the lead runner. On a 4-6 fielder's choice.
Well, Bellhorn has really improved defensively. the guy that had some question marks as to that part of the game. The calm he has here, even with Sheffield right on top of Cabrera. He does not take the easy way out, protect himself going to first, as some do. He turns, he gets the force out at second, he keeps the double play in order, and he keeps the Yankees from having a runner in scoring position.
And once again, they keep Hideki Matsui from hurting them. He's just 1 for 7 tonight. Bernie Williams coming up. He has 2 hits, a homer and a single.
The gamesmanship on the part of Bernie Williams, trying to duck and get down here, trying to get that ball called, get the count in his favor, and maybe get a rare fastball from Wakefield.
1-1 on Williams. The totals on the scoreboard identical. For the Yankees, 4 runs, 12 hits, and an error. For the Red Sox, 4 runs, 12 hits, 1 error. The Yankees leading the series 3 games to 1. Fly to right field. Kapler says he's got it. Matsui back to first base, and they're 2 gone in the 13th inning. So Wakefield trying to bury his extra innings ghosts in the ALCS. This bullpen has just been tremendous for Boston since Pedro Martinez left after 6 innings.
Pedro was pretty good himself up until that 6th inning, only allowing the home run to Bernie Williams, but then it was an infield single by Posada, base hit by Ruben Sierra. He got the second out with Clark. Cairo was hit by a pitch, and then Derek Jeter with the triple and the 3 RBIs.
Jorge Posada, that one dropped, but no advance. Matsui glued to first base. Jorge Posada with 2 hits tonight. And he is struggling back there.
Joe Torre's had several quotes on trying to catch the knuckleball. He said, you don't catch it, you just defend against it. That's what Varitek's doing as we speak.
Shows you how different that pitch is. That was right through there. Posada twisted his body to get away from it, and it fell in for strike. It can dance and dart and dip. Sometimes you got to dodge. Off the glove, back to the backstop. Once again, Matsui is in a scoring position. Well, this is a decision that Francona decided to make, not to bring in Mirabelli, to stay with Varitek.
Well, we just barely got it out of our mouth about the lack of passed balls, and we have 2 right here in the top of the 13th inning.
Now they're going to put him on. And this will put runners at first and second. An intentional pass of Posada.
Boy, I don't get this. I don't understand this. This happened earlier in game 3. Wakefield came on. He got Bernie Williams to pop up. They intentionally walked Posada, and immediately Ruben Sierra hit a triple. I know he's 2 for 15, that being Ruben Sierra off of Wakefield, but 15 at bats is not enough to know that a guy can dominate a hitter. Posada 256. That doesn't worry me.
As tired as he is, I'm amazed that Posada even got to first base after that intentional pass with all he has played. There's a strike on Sierra. We'll see how this works out now.
Well, he might get Sierra out, but even if he does, what if you get Posada out, and then you can lead off with Sierra if you go to the next inning?
Fouled away and a healthy rip by Sierra. So it's 0-2. The Boston bullpen has been nothing short of spectacular. But once again, Francona is asking a relief pitcher to hold back the Yankee attack. 1-2.
I know there's going to be an L next to one of these pitchers' name in the box score tomorrow, but I know you agree, Dave. There are no losers here tonight.
No, it has been a great game, an extraordinarily well-played game in many respects. A couple of mistakes. They've just heightened the tension. It's the 13th inning of Game 5. Terry Francona said before Game 4, all we're thinking about is winning that game. Nothing else, nothing more.
And somehow they did it.
They found a way in 12 innings. Tonight, if they find a way, it's going to take a little longer, but the Yankees, with a base hit, can take the lead. Off the glove of Varitek again. His third pass ball in the inning. And the Yankees move up to second and third. My goodness.
And you think there was pressure on him before. Oh. He's doing everything he can.
Well, I know Varitek has been the heart and soul of the Red Sox, but there's a big question about whether he ought to be behind there right now. And not Mirabelli, who usually handles this pitch. That one pops out of the mid. 3-2 the count. I mean, one more pass ball. You're talking about a thoroughly exhausted Jason Varitek as well. But one more pass ball, and the Yankees have the lead. Swing and a miss. He struck him out.
What a job by Wakefield.
He fans Sierra. Stranding runners at second and third. The Yankees have left 18 men on base here in Game 5. And Varitek held on to that one. To the bottom of the 13th we go. Tied at 4. This is turning into a game for the ages as we go to the last half of the 13th inning. Wakefield with a huge strikeout at the end. And Varitek held on, so Wakefield had to get 4 outs in the inning, and he did. Here's Gabe Kapler. The first ever 13-inning game in ALCS history. And we're in the bottom half of it. Kapler, Varitek, and then Bill Miller due up against Loaiza.
Just absolutely huge here for a couple of reasons. One, Wakefield had to make the pitch to make it happen. But two, Varitek with the confidence to call a knuckleball again. Duck Mirabelli, normally Wakefield catcher, couldn't even watch.
Got a big hug there at the end.
That's a great shot. I mean, you know he's pulling for his guy. You know he doesn't want anything bad to happen to Jason Varitek because of all the good things that he's done for this team.
Or for Tim Wakefield, for that matter, the man he always handles. That's his guy. On the inside corner on Kapler. 2-2. Into the bottom of the 13th of Game 5. They played all night last night. A 12-inning affair. It lasted until 1:22 this morning. Caught out of the air by Loaiza. A line drive. Ticketed for center field perhaps. But Loaiza made the catch. 1 out.
Well, we forget that Loaiza just a year ago finished second in the American League in the Cy Young Award to Roy Halladay of the Toronto Blue Jays. What turned him into an outstanding pitcher was that last pitch you just saw. He came up with a cut fastball a lot like that of Mariano Rivera. Not the command, not the velocity of Rivera, but nonetheless a lot of the same results a year ago.
The Red Sox catcher, Varitek now. Ground ball punch to short. Jeter throws him out. 2 up, 2 down very quickly.
Take a look at the defense of Derek Jeter tonight and the difference that he might have made. right there. Look at the in-between hop, how difficult that was. He comes up with it. Clark comes up with it. Look at the tag now. How about that? That could have been a runner in scoring position. It could have been the ball game, but no. Derek Jeter, as always, solid defensively.
Adding to his legend of coming up with just astonishing defensive plays in clutch situations. Fouled away by Bill Miller. He's gone 1 for 5, hit 12 home runs during the season while batting .283. Miller with the key hit in the 9th inning last night, tying the game with a single to score Dave Roberts. Boston would win in a dozen innings on the Ortiz homer. Nobody on base and 2 men out. Popped up, shallow left, coming on hard, Matsui, and he makes the catch, spinning right over the head of Derek Jeter. And the Red Sox go 1-2-3. Jeter almost collided with him. This one still tied 4-4. The National League Championship Series is also tied up on the scoreboard in their Game 5. 0-0 between St. Louis and Houston. Each side with only 1 hit there. Brandon Backey of the Astros had a no-hitter through 5 innings. This one is going to the 14th inning in Boston. If you're just joining us, where have you been? Well, we're glad you're here, and we're tied up 4 apiece.
Some people might have been to work and back.
Just about work a full day and return to see this one conclude. And when will it end? The Yankees hope this is the inning, that they push across the go-ahead run and hold it and celebrate another American League pennant. That's what they can do with a victory tonight. The Red Sox are trying to pull off a miracle, frankly, and become the only team in Major League Baseball history to come from 3-0 down in a best-of-7 series and win. Clark swings a high fly down the right field line, but he pulled it too much. Got a foul ball. At all sorts of distance.
Offensively, you just feel like one team or the other has to explode. It's like holding a cork underwater. Eventually it's going to pop up. No one has scored a run since the bottom of the 8th inning.
Strike 3 got him looking. Clark punching out for the 4th time in this game. 1 away in the 14th.
Well, it makes you wonder about the hero of the last game that the starting pitcher for the Boston Red Sox had tonight. In Game 2, it was John Olerud that played first base. He hit the 2-run homer. Not available last night nor tonight.
Wakefield has struck out 4 men. He just got Clark. 1-0 to count on Miguel Cairo. That one off the mitt, but a strike. 1-1.
Did it hit the mitt, or did it hit him in the neck or the knee? Or
that's very possible.
I'm laughing with you, Jason. I mean, that's a true warrior right there, and he's doing everything he can just to keep that ball in front of him.
Yeah, had a lot of trouble with that in the 13th inning. Remember, 3 pass balls were charged to Varitek. Pulled wickedly, but fouled again. And when the Yankees are getting swings and putting the bat on the ball, they are really hitting it a long way. Just nothing fair of the knuckleballer.
That's some loud strikes.
Leskanic now throwing in the bullpen for Boston. A bullpen that has been superb. Fly to center field, but routinely Johnny Damon taps the glove for the 2nd out. Top of the order now, Derek Jeter. Sutton.
The Yankees with 4 runs, 3 of them driven in by the man at home plate right now.
He's 1 for 6, but that one was gigantic. A double, 3 RBIs in the 6th inning. Jeter 4 for 21 in the series, and he fouls that one into the mid for a strike.
Jeter's actually a career 300 hitter off of Tim Wakefield with 3 home runs.
Ground ball. Cabrera there. Stops it. Gets it. Wakefield does it again. He gets the 1-2-3. Side retired in the 14th inning. To the bottom of the 14th we go at Fenway. 4-4. We kid you not, Game 5 of the American League Championship Series tied up 4-4. It's already the longest ALCS game in the history of this series. And still 4-4. Loaiza's gone 2 2/3 scoreless innings. He's been very sharp. And Mark Bellhorn will test him in the 14th inning for Boston. Win or go home for the Red Sox. And they are hanging on with their fingernails.
Well, Loaiza has been outstanding since the first hitter that he faced. Came on with 2 men on. Cabrera was at home plate, got the ground ball double play. Has not allowed a hit since he came into this affair.
Well, this one goes another 13 minutes. It's going to be the longest playoff game ever in League Championship Series play. And for that matter, World Series play. Bellhorn with a double and a single. They're hanging on to hope at Fenway. Two and 2. I don't think any of these fans have spent more than a couple of minutes on those chairs in about 4 hours. Swing and a miss, and Bellhorn strikes out. 1 away in the 14th inning.
Good little cut fastball again from Loaiza. He's throwing tonight like the guy that pitched last year for the Chicago White Sox. That late movement down and in, not even close to the swing of Bellhorn.
Damon 1 for 6, and he only has a couple of hits the entire series. He is hitting under 100 in this American League Championship.
Don't you have to start thinking about Dave Roberts if you're Terry Francona and you get to a Game 6? He just does not seem like himself.
2-0. And an infield single on a busted bat in the 9th inning, but then was thrown out on a straight steal cut down at second base. Trying to sacrifice bunt in the 12th inning. On to popping that up.
Roberts is actually a better defensive center fielder than Johnny Damon. But with Damon, there's always the opportunity to explode offensively. They keep waiting.
3 balls, 1 strike. Orlando Cabrera, the next man in for Boston. 1 out, nobody on base. Outside for ball 4. Once again, the Red Sox have the potential winning run aboard. Damon takes the free pass here. in the 14th inning of this extraordinary playoff game. If the Red Sox win, both of these teams have to get on their charters tonight. It's a quick flight, but they have to get back to New York for Game 6 tomorrow night.
Yeah, we don't have a charter waiting on us. We got to figure something out.
How's the train sound to you, partner?
Whatever. I don't want to miss it.
No, we'd get there if it happens.
See what Terry Francona is thinking here. Damon had the green light the last time that he was at first base, got thrown out.
Cabrera just trying to drive one up against that green monster and end the game. Tonight he's 2 for 5 with a pair of singles. He did hit into a big double play in the 11th inning after the Red Sox had 2 men on with nobody out. Fouls that one, rattling the cage of Posada. I don't know how these catchers are standing, honestly. It is the most grueling position in the game. Here's another example.
Just what he needed, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know, maybe that'll keep him awake another couple innings. But Varitek and Posada have been real warriors in this one. In fact, the entire series. Low, and it's 1-2.
Looks like regardless of what happened, well, obviously it'll be over with if they score a run, but Piscanic has been throwing. I don't know why you would get him up if you weren't going to bring him in.
Damon with good speed at first base. 1-2 swung on and missed for strike 3. Second K in the inning by Loaiza. Next in, Manny Ramirez.
Good late movement there. Look at that cut fastball down and away from the swing and power of Cabrera. Everybody's trying to be the hero, trying to hit it out of the ballpark. That's David Ortiz's gig.
Or Manny Ramirez, although he hasn't done it yet in the series. He has 2 hits tonight, but has not gotten a hit since the 3rd inning. But he hit 43 home runs during the regular season to lead the American League. Ball 1. Manny also leading the American League with a slugging percentage of .613. Which begs the question, why only 1 extra base hit in the first 5 games of this series?
It's some good pitching with Mussina and 2 of those. Lieber. El Duque threw well.
The Yankees 4, the Red Sox 4 in the 14th inning. Goodness. We've talked about at this stage of a ball game, closing in on 6 hours old. As you look at the National League Championship Series, they're in the 8th inning, 0-0. How hard you have to try to keep your mental focus on the mound, in the box, in the field, and the men in the dugout. Fouled away off the end of the bat.
I guess Esteban Loaiza knew that unless this game went 12 or 13 innings tonight, he had no chance of getting in. Joe Torre has to like what he has seen now. This has been a confident guy on the mound. He's had good velocity, good location. We found the same thing out with Javier Vasquez earlier in this series. A couple of kind of forgotten guys have stepped up for the Yankees.
Loaiza's 1-1. Backs away Ramirez, too far inside. This game beginning at 5:10 Eastern Time here in Boston, Massachusetts. In 8 minutes, it's going to be 11 p.m. A strike. 2-2.
Oh, what a great pitch. Just missed on the previous one. It comes right back with it in a little better spot. Perfect on that inside corner to even the count at 2-2.
Over 450 pitches have been thrown in this game.
Starting to get worried about your Sitco sign.
That Sitco sign they might turn off again. The line on Loaiza. Excellent.
When's he going to give up a hit? Or is he?
3-2. A walk to Manny. Will push Damon to second.
Well, Damon's going to be pushing the envelope here with the count full and 2 outs. He will be off and going with the first movement towards home from Loaiza.
And that means an extra base hit. Could very well score him. He takes off, and it's high for ball 4. First and second, 2 out for Boston. And another golden chance to win Game 5. Ortiz marching up.
But will it be he that gets the chance? A difficult thing to do, intentionally walk a guy and load the bases this late in the game, particularly when Loaiza has walked the 2 guys that are on right now.
With men in scoring position, both sides have struggled. Collectively, they've stranded 28. The Yankees 18 men left. Loaiza to pitch to Ortiz, at least at the outset. And he was late on that big swing for strike 1. Ortiz with 2 RBIs in the game already. He had 4 last night, along with a game-winning homer. And he's homered in this one.
You got to shorten up a little bit here. Does not take a home run to win this ball game. Just a line drive base hit in any direction.
Somehow for the Red Sox, when they need that game-winning hit, the whole contest seems to be pulled to the feet of David Ortiz, doesn't it?
Big feet.
Fouled away. 1-2. A single wins it. That will score Damon. The outfield has to play very deep with Ortiz up there. So anything that falls in front of the outfielders, the Red Sox can pack for New York. First and second. He spoils that one. A ball and 2 strikes on the slugger. Ortiz drove in 139 runs during the season. The crowd at Fenway demanding one more. Swinging a drive down the line, but he pulled it and foul. Another wicked drive by Ortiz, just not straight enough.
Crowd got excited, but all you had to do was watch David. He never left the batter's box. Baseball left and went a long ways, but he knew right off the bat it had no chance of staying fair.
Another 1-2 outside.
Nobody moving in the New York Yankee bullpen. Leskanic is good to go if that's the decision Terry Francona has made.
Oh, another massive cut. Absolutely unloading everything in his bag. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
How many more good pitches can Loaiza make? So much has been asked of him. So much has been asked of everybody tonight. "29 pitches this inning."
Now it has become the longest postseason game in Major League history.
All right, we got the record.
Gonna get a little bit longer too.
Start to worry now that they may run out of baseballs. We've gone through a few of them. Ortiz has gone through a lot of them in just this at bat.
The Red Sox trying to hang on to their season. Fouled away. Quite an at-bat here by David Ortiz. I mean, I know he's had a lot of them, not only in this series, but all season long for Boston. But this is something. Almost as if he's determined not to let Loaiza put him away.
How remarkable have these fans been here for the Red Sox nation tonight? They're still standing. They've been standing since about the 5th inning.
10th man, 10th pitch of the at-bat coming up. Little blooper, center field. That drops down for a hit. Here comes Damon. He's in to score, and the Red Sox win it in 14 innings. They're going to the Bronx. David Ortiz, the magic man again. He won it with the homer in 12 last night. A game that ended at 122 this morning. So for the second time today, he's the hero with the game-winning hit. He scores Damon from second base, and in the longest playoff game in Major League history, the Red Sox are in the win column, and they have forced a Game 6 in New York tomorrow night.
I guess we know who your pappy is. You got Mr. Octobers, you got quality starts, and then you've got Mr. Extra Innings. He did it to eliminate the Anaheim Angels in a division series. He did it with a home run just last night, and he comes back and does it again in extra innings to the New York Yankees.
And tomorrow night, the Red Sox will turn to their 21-game winner, Curt Schilling. There's the game-winning hit.
He led him in go-ahead RBIs all year long. He had 33 during the regular season. He continues to pile up big RBIs. He is in the running now for that MVP of the American League Championship Series.
Yeah, because it's not over yet. The Red Sox are halfway to their miracle. And I know this, nobody in the 6 states of New England is betting against it.
The Yankees had their shot. They had the lead in the 9th inning last night with Mariano Rivera on the mound. The Red Sox came back and tied it. They came back and won it. They just simply don't want to go away.
David Ortiz with 2 walk-off game-winning hits in less than 24 hours. Our memorable moment on the mound tonight, Tim Wakefield, brought to you by MasterCard, when he fanned Sierra.
Or just so many heroes. Do you give the credit to Wakefield, or do you give it for Varitek for being able to hold on to that pitch? A difficult night for so many people tonight. So many heroes, so many guys stepping up.
And now our Pepsi play of the game. No doubt about this. The game-winning hit by Ortiz.
And he may own stock in Pepsi before this thing's over with. He continues to come up big for the Boston Red Sox. He's done it all year long. What a tremendous series. You know, it was all about holding their serve, defending their turf. Well, in game one, back here at Fenway, you can see the Boston Red Sox double faulting, but they came back to win 2 out of 3. Now all they've got to do is start a 2-game winning streak in New York, and they will be in the World Series.
It's going to find its place among the great playoff games in Major League history. We know this, it was the longest. And in Boston, they keep the faith. The Red Sox are trying to rally from a 3-0 series deficit to become the first team ever to win a series when trailing 3-0. And they're halfway there in 14 innings, 5 hours and 50 minutes. They defeat the New York Yankees 5-4, and it's now 3-2 New York. Going back to the Bronx, game number 6 on Tuesday. The Red Sox and the Yankees. A lot of those Yankee fans never thought the series would be coming back to the stadium, but it is. Some kind of night at Fenway. Ortiz once again is the star at Fenway. We started under sunshine, believe it or not, just after 5 o'clock with Pedro Martinez and Mike Mussina tangling on the mound. Pedro, and we thought it might be his last start ever in a Boston uniform. That might not be the case now. Mike Mussina, outstanding in 6+ innings, but those two aces not involved in the decision.
And you speak of outstanding, John Lieber will be on the mound tomorrow night for the New York Yankees, but Curt Schilling will take the hill, and they say they have got it figured out with that right ankle. They think that he will be better. It could be another pitcher's duel and more excitement.
They wrote him off and said he wouldn't pitch again in the series, but so much has changed, mainly because Ortiz has risen to the occasion time and time again. A home run tonight after a home run last night, and then the game-winning hit in the 14th inning. So much tension, so much drama, and one of the great playoff games you're ever going to see. We want to thank our tremendous crew here at Fenway Park for their work during these last several games. Some spectacular work. Long, long nights for everybody, but for the Red Sox, very successful evenings as they're back in the series. It's 3-2 Yankees. We're on to the Bronx for Game 6 Tuesday night. We'll talk to you from Yankee Stadium.